Finance Committee will come to order. We are convening this afternoon to consider the Clean Energy for America Act. For the information of committee members and staff, we're going to begin with opening statements. After Senator Crapo and I have made our statements, all members will have the opportunity to make statements if they wish to do so for up to 3 minutes. Once opening statements have concluded, we will ask Mr. Tom Barthold of the Joint Committee to briefly describe the Chairman's Mark and modification. After that, members will be able to ask questions of Mr. Barthold and other staff. Once we're done with questions, we'll turn to amendments, and with that, I will make my opening remarks and then call on our friend, Ranking Member Crapo. Colleagues, on the federal tax books today is a hodgepodge of 44 different energy tax breaks for a host of fuel sources and technologies. These tax breaks have stacked up over the decades like dusty old papers on the messiest desk in the office. This system is anti-competitive and anti-innovation. It puts the government in the role of picking winners and losers by giving some fuels and some technologies big and permanent tax breaks, while others have short-term, temporary extensions. Now, this has survived in this form for one reason only. The Congress has long found it easier to pile on so-called short-term tax extenders rather than clean things up once and for all. Now, the Clean Energy for America Act throws the old system in the waste bin. It replaces the old rules with a free market, technology-neutral system in which reducing carbon emissions becomes the lodestar of America's energy future. It can spark a wave of carbon-cutting, job-creating ingenuity across the country. Now, here's how the bill works. Instead of those 44 tax breaks from yesteryear, the new system creates incentives for 3 goals: clean energy, clean transportation, and energy efficiency. It levels the playing field because the same rules are going to apply to any and all who want to compete, from the biggest fossil fuel company on down to the smallest renewable startup. So let's say 2 utilities build new power plants in neighboring states. One goes with full carbon capture, the other goes with wind. Both get the tax incentive. If a company makes clean transportation fuel like green hydrogen or renewable diesel, that company gets a tax credit. If a homeowner or a builder puts up an efficient new home or office, or if they add to the efficiency of one that already exists, they get the tax credit. The more carbon you cut, the cleaner and more efficient you are, the larger the tax break. Now, the system on the books today, colleagues, is bad for competition, it's bad for innovation, and it's bad for climate. So what I want to do is take a classic American approach, use policy to set a big goal, and then just get out of the way. American entrepreneurs and inventors, under what we're going to discuss today, can do what they do best. That's what the Clean Energy for America Act is all about. It bets big on the proposition that everybody is going to have an interest in new incentives to cut carbon and create high-skill, high-wage jobs at the same time. A recent independent analysis looked at this approach to clean electricity. It considered the changes that we make to be a cornerstone of policies that will put America on a path to zero net emissions power by 2035 while creating a net gain of more than 600,000 new jobs. That doesn't account for the job gains from the incentives for clean transportation and energy efficiency, where other innovative companies will come and create new jobs of their own. The reality is countries around the world have no choice but to turn away from carbon. Clean energy and transportation jobs are coming. It's simply a question of where. If Congress sticks with the 44 tax breaks of yesteryear, those jobs are going to go to China, India, Germany, and elsewhere. The committee and the Senate can't pass up the opportunity to change that. Now, I released the first version of this bill back in 2015. Over the years, I've heard from Democrats and Republicans about the virtues of a tech-neutral approach that puts the free market to work. That's what this bill does. Several members have brought forward ideas that have improved it. The bill has now been formally endorsed by the country's leading environmental groups, the leading groups representing labor, and by the Edison Electric Institute, not exactly renowned as a left-wing organization. The fact is, the Finance Committee has never had a markup that looked carefully at the issues on the table today: the outdated energy tax code and the job-creating potential of reducing carbon and addressing climate. That's what today is all about. It only came about as a result of hard work by members and staff on their amendments, and particularly the almost around-the-clock efforts over the last few days. I also want to give a special thanks to Dr. Tom Barthold, the hardest working man in the tax policy business, for joining the committee today. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Senator Crapo. He and I intend to keep this going. We had hoped to begin this morning, but there was a lot of business in the Senate this morning, so we're going to keep this going. And Senator Crapo, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate your holding this markup on something that we can all agree needs reform: our energy tax laws. Senator Wyden and I agree, and I think there is bipartisan support for modifying and cleaning up our energy tax provisions in the code. Senator Wyden and I also agree, and there is broad bipartisan support for the concept of a technology-neutral approach for investments in our clean energy sectors. There is also bipartisan agreement that Congress should not continue to pick energy tax winners and losers through the annual tax extenders process. When considering both my Energy Sector Innovation Credit Act, or what I call ESIC, and Senator Wyden's Clean Energy for America Act, there also appears to be consensus that energy tax credits should be market-based. ESIC proposes a credit phase-down system based on market penetration, systematically reducing credits as technologies increase their market share. My proposal is tech-neutral, not prohibiting any technology from qualifying, so long as it is not over a certain level of market penetration. Most, if not all, of the members on my side of the dais cannot support a bill that eliminates all provisions related to fossil fuels and essentially prevents bipartisan technologies like carbon capture from qualifying. Energy incentives have the potential to spur economic growth and create jobs if executed properly. The oil and natural gas industries employ over 10 million Americans, paying on average 7 times the federal minimum wage. I'm willing to work on constructive proposals to modernize and innovate our nation's energy production, but not at the expense of millions of good-paying American jobs. Furthermore, I cannot support attaching labor requirements to energy tax policy. Linking labor policy to energy-related tax credits is unprecedented, and I have concerns not only about the policy, but also about the dangerous precedent it sets for amending the tax code. Finally, in order to maximize taxpayer dollars, we have to take a close look at those technologies that are market mature and end their government subsidization. Our tax code should encourage technology-wide clean energy innovation, helping to bring breakthrough power generation to deployment until new technologies can compete independently in the market. My technology-inclusive bipartisan energy tax proposal, ESIC, would accomplish this by working with experts at the Department of Energy, national labs, and other stakeholders to target tax credits for innovative clean energy technologies. As these technologies become mature, the credits systematically decrease to ensure taxpayer dollars do not subsidize cost-competitive technologies. I want to thank Senator Whitehouse for leading this proposal with me in the Senate, and we will be introducing it sometime in the near future. In addition, Mr. Chairman, Senate Republicans are currently negotiating an infrastructure package with the White House. Infrastructure has always been an area where we've had broad bipartisan agreement. Our goal in these negotiations is to make a deal on things we can agree on and continue to work on the rest. Mr. Chairman, we have a shared goal to bolster effective clean energy investment and strengthen U.S. energy independence. However, I expect a robust debate today about how this proposal could result in job losses and negatively impact states for members on both sides of the aisle. The likely effect on gas prices at the pump for consumers. Concerns about adding Davis-Bacon labor and prevailing wage requirements into the tax code. And finally, the need to assess whether certain energy tax credits continue to be necessary or whether they've served their intended purpose of incentivizing growth and investment. Going forward, we should work together to get a deal on things we can agree on and keep working on the rest. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Crapo. We're going to recognize all senators in order of appearance. Senator Whitehouse is next.
What an amazing jump up the queue. I am very grateful for Chairman Wyden's proposal to put our tax code squarely on the side of clean energy. We will encourage direct air capture, cutting-edge technology needed to hit our climate goals. We'll speed development of sustainable aviation fuel to decarbonize that heavy polluting industry. Clean hydrogen could help decarbonize hard-to-reach corners of our economy. I thank Ranking Member Crapo and Senator Young for working with me on those and other provisions. But let's not kid ourselves. We need cuts in emissions deep enough to stay within nature's tolerable zone of 1.5 degrees Celsius warming. The difference just between 1.5 and 2 degrees is vast. At 2 degrees, storms worsen markedly, sea levels climb far higher, more than twice as many people experience extreme heat, fisheries and crop yields crash, habitat and species loss doubles, virtually all coral reefs die. And we're not on track for 2 degrees. We're on track for 3 degrees or more. To get on track to a safe future, we must reverse the economic incentives to pollute. The IMF reckons a $650 billion annual subsidy for fossil fuels in the United States alone. To fix that, we need a price on carbon to correct this market failure. With a border adjustment, we can export decarbonization beyond our borders and protect home industries. Chairman Wyden is working on robust carbon pricing, and I will do everything I can to support him. While we're pricing carbon, we should also price methane, a greenhouse gas 30 times as powerful as CO2, whose leakage creates massive harm. We have a bill for that. We should impose a fee on plastic production sufficient to stop the 8 million metric tons of plastic dumped in the oceans each year. By 2050, there'll be more plastic by weight than fish in our oceans. We'll have a bill for that. Conservative market principles direct that the cost of pollution and waste be in the price of a product. There's no economic exception to that principle for politically powerful industries, and we should stop the polluter subsidies. Mr. Chairman, I know this markup is the beginning, not the end, of our committee work on climate, and I'm glad it gets us off to a good start.
I thank my colleague who's got such a long history of working in these critical areas. My neighbor in D.C., Senator Barrasso.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. As we all agree, energy is the backbone of America. Energy keeps our country moving. It powers our daily lives, from keeping lights in our houses on, heating our homes during the winter, and powering American manufacturing. It is a part of our daily life. Now, who can we thank for powering America? Hundreds of thousands of American workers. We are an energy-independent nation as a result of those workers. Why then is this committee considering legislation to destroy American energy industries? I continue to ask myself. Legislation that would not only destroy America's energy independence and raise energy costs for all Americans, but also destroy the jobs of thousands of American workers. Oil rig, coal mine, pipeline workers make up a large part of my home state's workforce. This bill puts a target on the backs of them and their jobs. America needs all the energy, the oil, the gas, the coal, the uranium, the wind, the solar. We need all of it. That is how we maintain our economic strength and our energy independence. Picking winners and losers is not good tax policy, especially when the winners are America's rivals. And when the losers are hardworking Americans who lose their jobs, their financial security, and pay more to heat their homes and cool their homes, this is not the direction in which we should head. Last weekend, Mr. Chairman, the Wall Street Journal published an article highlighting the massive investments being made in wind and solar. Front page, Wall Street Journal, weekend edition, Wall Street's new mantra, green is good. Billions pour into green finance, not government money, personal, private money, investors' money, companies' money. The article states that the total investment in renewable energy projects, electric vehicles, and other green efforts exceeded $520 billion last year, a record. This represents a 12% increase from the year earlier and almost a 60% increase from 2015. Why then are we increasing subsidies to these industries at the expense of America's fossil fuel industry and America's energy independence? Choosing to use the tax code to intentionally destroy America's fossil energy industries, to hurt our economy, to force our American workers to lose their jobs, and to strengthen the economic power of the governments of China, Venezuela, Iran, and Russia is not the path that I want to go down, Mr. Chairman. I'll continue to support American energy independence, continue to be on the side of and support American fossil industry and energy workers, their families, and their communities. I will not vote to abandon our allies and open the door for our adversaries to use energy as a geopolitical weapon against us. For me, the choice is clear. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Barrasso. We're going to just keep on going through the votes, and next is Senator Cortez Masto, and then would be Senator Stabenow.
Thank you, Chairman Wyden and Ranking Member Crapo for committing this first markup in Senate Finance to building on the work that my home state of Nevada already does so well. Building a clean energy future that creates good-paying jobs for workers, builds new innovative industries, produces cutting-edge technology, and combats climate change. Nevada is at the forefront of clean energy technology and innovation. We have the largest geothermal and solar potential in the country, as well as the nation's only lithium mine, which is creating good jobs and fueling America's transition to electric vehicles. Our state has already committed to a target of 50% renewable energy by 2030 and a goal of zero carbon electricity generation by 2050. And we are working to build the clean energy workforce to do so. To keep Nevada at the forefront of clean energy innovation, I've been working through my Innovation State Initiative to help build clean energy infrastructure in Nevada and across the country, and to help workers learn skills for these in-demand industries. In 2020, I worked to secure 2 additional years of solar tax credits to support the solar industry and its workers. I've also introduced the Solar and Geothermal Tax Credit Expansion Act to help ensure these critical emerging renewable resources can help support and sustain the growing clean energy economy and the jobs it produces. And I've worked to support the transition to electric vehicles through legislation that will aid our local school districts and communities in transitioning to safer, cleaner electric buses. This markup today allows us on this committee to help the nation move beyond outdated technology that threatens the health and security of communities, to create more jobs for Nevadans and the country, and build a clean energy future that prioritizes our workers, our communities, and our environment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank my colleague for her passion for this cause, and I would also note that the former leader of the Senate, Senator Harry Reid, was a tremendous champion of clean energy and renewables. So it's only fitting that the Nevada tradition be maintained. Senator Stabenow.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member, for this important markup, and I really appreciate, Senator Wyden, your vision on moving forward in a tech-neutral way. This is a very important time, and we're going to put America in the driver's seat of our new clean energy future. And I do want to indicate and tell a little story. I've mentioned to colleagues before when we hear about how this is picking winners and losers. Henry Ford, Thomas Edison, 1914 were doing the first vehicle, and they wanted it to be battery operated. There was stories in the paper about how they were having difficulty being able to get the range, which sounds very familiar, to be able to do it by batteries. 2 years later, Congress puts in place the first oil and gas incentive, the first break that was basically a no-interest loan for oil and gas embedded in the tax code, never changed, no deadline on it. We picked a winner, and they won 100 years ago. So now we're just trying to level the playing field. And, Mr. Chairman, I know that's what you're trying to do. For too long, countries on the other side of the world have been investing to win the global clean energy race. They've been outpacing us on funding new technologies, making critical components Americans rely on, and building electric vehicles. We're now at a critical moment in our competition to win the clean energy manufacturing future for America and eliminate the real vulnerabilities we're seeing in our supply chains, which unfortunately were put on full display under COVID-19. Now, you can imagine, I want to speak for a moment about the transportation sector. We know that transportation sector is the largest source of greenhouse gas emissions, and it's clear that electric vehicles are a major part of our transportation future. The question is not whether they will be built, it's where they will be built, in Asia or America. That's why investing in the electrification of our vehicles, including our pickup trucks and SUVs and heavy and medium-duty vehicles, is critical to building a competitive American auto industry and combating the climate crisis. I'm very proud to have led the original passage years ago of the original electric vehicle consumer tax credit. Mr. Chairman, I so appreciate your including a robust, strengthened tax credit that both Senator Schumer and I have been working on. Thank you for including it in the mark. We know our automakers and workers are the best in the world. They're making the private sector investments needed to electrify our industry so we can compete and win, but they can't do it alone. And frankly, China has hundreds of companies making electric vehicles, and they have help. Over $100 billion of help so far from the Chinese government. The Clean Energy for America Act will also help Michigan, our country, partner with the private sector to advance the next generation of American manufacturing. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for including my bipartisan legislation with Senator Manchin and Senator Steve Daines to help companies invest in new manufacturing facilities and expand existing factories to provide clean energy technologies. Importantly, it's going to help our manufacturers build the parts like semiconductors so we don't see the shortages we're seeing today. In conclusion, we are taking a giant step out of the past and into a better future today, Mr. Chairman. Instead of continuing century-old oil and gas subsidies, this legislation will invest in good-paying jobs that tackle the climate crisis and build a future that is made in America.
Thank you, Senator Stabenow. And of course, your leadership is well known with respect to electric vehicles. It is also important to note you have been the point person on these key manufacturing issues, and certainly the events of the last couple of days, which indicate some of our manufacturing challenges, makes that so important. Next, in terms of appearance, our friend from Montana, Senator Daines.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. We could be having a bipartisan markup today. There's plenty of agreement in the renewable energy space, I think, to see a good, solid bipartisan markup. I'm just reminded, too, that the difference between having the gavel in Chairman Wyden's hand or Ranking Member Crapo's hands was 14,000 votes in Georgia. We have a 50-50 Senate. Out of over 100 million votes cast in U.S. Senate races, it was 14,000 votes in Georgia. I realize elections have consequences. We're in a 50-50 Senate. And I would sure hope we could find more common ground that would get a good, strong, bipartisan vote out of a markup here in committee. But I can tell you what's going to happen. We're going to go through this process. It'll be likely a 14-14 vote when we're all done. You can predict it right now. If anyone wants to put a wager on it, I'd happy to wager. And we could do a lot better than that. So I just want to vent a bit on that. We're in a 50-50 Senate, and I think we ought to try to strike something here that could accommodate both sides of the aisle. Unfortunately, my colleagues have decided to plow forward on the other side of the aisle with a deeply flawed partisan bill. Republicans were cut out of the process on the front end, making this a left-wing proposal, which is the foundation of this markup. It's simply unacceptable, and it's going to ensure gridlock. And I don't throw these terms around loosely, but I say left-wing because components of this proposal, such as eliminating tax provisions relating to oil, gas, and coal, come straight out of the budget of the Congressional Progressive Caucus. Republicans believe truly in all the above energy. I do. That recognizes the need for a reliable power grid, energy independence from other nations, and protect working Americans from massive increases in energy costs. I'm very thankful I come from a state like Montana. We have hydro, we've got wind, we've got solar, we've got other forms of renewable energy, geothermal, bio, all of which I support. However, I also support oil, gas, coal, and the jobs and the prosperity that those forms of energy deliver to Americans every day. Simply put, and I'm sad to report, this is a very partisan, far-left bill that's going to kill jobs. It's going to cause energy prices to dramatically increase. It's going to make it more difficult for American families and small businesses to prosper. But I do look forward to having this debate. Thank you.
Just very quickly before we go to Senator Cassidy. First of all, with respect to bipartisanship, hope springs eternal, because we already heard Senator Crapo say that he, like me, favors a free market, tech-neutral kind of approach. And then apropos of the politics of it, last time I looked, the Edison Electric Institute, which has strongly endorsed this bill, does not exactly meet the textbook definition of a left-wing socialist operation. Senator Cassidy.
I didn't use the word socialist, Mr. Chairman. Let the record stand.
We'll stick with the left wing.
Okay, I will stand. I did say that. Thank you.
Senator Cassidy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am seeing a disconnect between the intended goals of this legislation, which I agree are well intended, and what it actually does. And I say this because we have got to actually make a difference. It's hard to govern. We know that. You have to have nuanced positions. If we're talking complex energy policy, if it fits on a bumper sticker, it's probably not a good idea. And so therefore I have concerns about the legislation before us and the consequences that it creates. I'll point out the proposal will destroy well-paying middle-class jobs in my state, but it also exacerbates dire humanitarian situations worldwide. The technologies this bill promotes at the expense of others are sourced from countries with long histories of both forced labor and child labor. As regards electric vehicle batteries, the New Yorker reports that in the Congo, children as young as 3 learn to pick out the purest ore from rock slabs, and children who work in the mines are often drugged in order to suppress hunger. The Deseret News recently reported on slave labor in the cobalt mines in the Congo, quoted a mother saying, "Our children are dying like dogs." Tim Nilsson, the co-founder of Hope for Justice, asked, "Is your electric car the new blood diamond?" Meanwhile, BBC reports that solar panels being imported into the U.S. from China were the results of forced labor by an imprisoned Uyghur population. The problem? This bill doesn't address this. It turns a blind eye to issues of slave labor and indeed increases our dependence on the very nations so perpetrating. I don't think I have to say that transitioning to an economy with a significant component of child slave labor overseas is un-American. So I plan to introduce amendments to address this blind spot and encourage colleagues to support. Personally, I'd love to see us do more in the energy tax space. Climate change is an issue we should consider. Louisiana's coastline is succumbing to erosion and sea level rise, increasingly erratic weather hammering my state. I am all for addressing. But when I look at some of the policies in this bill, which destroy jobs in Louisiana, but sends them to China, which uses coal for 60% of its feedstock and now has more greenhouse gas emissions than the rest of the OECD put together, I'm not sure we're making it better. Indeed, we're making it worse. We shouldn't govern off of kind of talking points. We need real solutions that accomplish the goals we say we wish to. We need to pursue proposals that reduce emissions, expand U.S. jobs across the nation, not just in some places, and eliminate incentives to offshore greenhouse gas emissions to human rights violators. I hope to work across the aisle with my colleagues to achieve these goals, but to be successful, the legislation which eliminates U.S. jobs and encourages human rights violations and offshoring of carbon emissions needs to be stopped. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you, Senator Cassidy. And next is Senator Bennett.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for chairing this markup in the absence of the other chairman. But I want to thank Chairman Wyden for holding this markup. And I want to just say, from the perspective of Colorado, this discussion can't come soon enough. Climate change is already causing enormous harm to my state. 3 of the worst wildfires in our history were all in the last year. Our ski seasons are growing shorter, and the drought is becoming more and more intense, giving our farmers and ranchers a real question about whether or not they're going to be able to pass their farm or their ranch on to the next generation of Coloradans. And I know there are different views about how to respond to climate change, as there should be, as I'd expect there would be. But I hope we can all agree that clean energy has to be part of the solution. Our experience in Colorado shows that we can transition to clean energy and grow the economy. That's what we're doing in my state. This is not something to promise. It's actually happening in the state of Colorado. Our biggest electric utility, Xcel Energy, has committed to going carbon-free by 2050. Our rural co-ops are making similar commitments to deliver the cheapest energy they can to their communities. They're proving that we can cut emissions, keep prices low, and do right by our workers. They've actually done a lot over the past decade, while Washington has really not. We should learn from Colorado's example as we craft an infrastructure package, which is our best opportunity in years to jumpstart the transition to clean energy and lay an enduring foundation for the economy. The chairman's mark is an excellent start. The long-term technology-neutral extensions of this clean energy tax credit are especially important. But here are a few ideas that I think would make our effort even stronger. First, we should make these tax incentives accessible to electric co-ops, public power companies, and tribes. They're doing yeoman's work to transition to clean energy and drive opportunity in rural America, and we should support them. Second, we should make it easier to finance carbon capture projects. Senator Portman and I have a bill to support these efforts in our power and industrial sectors, along with direct air capture projects to remove carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. I thank Senator Portman for his leadership. Third, we need a clear policy framework to hold us accountable for progress. In my view, at a minimum, that should include economy-wide limits and a price on carbon, and an ambitious standard to reduce emissions in the power sector to levels in line with our commitments in Colorado. I don't think we have a right not to be that ambitious. And given what we're already doing in Colorado, I think we can be that ambitious. And although we're not debating these issues today in today's markup, I hope we will take them up soon as part of the broader infrastructure discussion. Finally, we have to be honest that while the transition to clean energy will be overwhelmingly good for the economy, it will not be painless. We have to support people like the people of Craig, Colorado, who are dislocated by the transition, who've worked for decades to power our economy. And we have to make sure they directly benefit from our investments in clean energy. I look forward to working with Chairman Wyden and every member of this committee to get this done so we can seize this historic opportunity for the economy and fulfill our moral obligation to the next generation of Americans. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Bennett. Senator Cornyn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Texas has always been a proud supporter of an all-of-the-above energy strategy. We, of course, get a lot of attention because of our robust oil and gas industry, but we also are the #1 producer of electricity from wind, and I think that surprises a number of people. But there's also some wonderful innovation taking place, even without government mandates, higher taxes, and more regulation. For example, ExxonMobil recently announced a $100 billion carbon capture and storage project in Houston, known as the energy capital of the world. This would create a carbon capture innovation zone to significantly reduce carbon emissions. I find this kind of innovation incredibly exciting. If we're able to reduce emissions without harming our energy security, raising taxes, killing high-paying jobs, or driving up consumer costs, why in the world wouldn't we want to do that? Unfortunately, the bill before the committee takes another path. This bill is nothing more and nothing less than an anti-oil, anti-gas, anti-jobs, anti-national security, pro-Putin, pro-Saudi Arabia bill in a nutshell. First, it raises gas prices at the pump for American consumers, including seniors and those on fixed incomes, as well as our small businesses that we're depending on to grow us out of this pandemic-induced recession. Second, it will increase taxes and increase the cost of production, putting the squeeze on American producers who are in the business of meeting the energy needs of their neighbors. Of course, that would also put American producers at a competitive disadvantage with other energy producers around the world like Vladimir Putin, like the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. This move would kill countless American jobs, weaken our global competitiveness, as I said, and reverse the economic gains we made because of the thriving oil and gas industry and the innovations that it has brought. Think about, for example, the shale revolution. Third, this will make us more dependent, once again, on countries like Iran, Venezuela, Russia, Saudi Arabia, and in fact, you can almost hear the leaders of those countries popping their champagne corks once they saw what's contained in this mark. And it would make U.S. energy companies less competitive against state-owned energy companies. And it would also reinstate what Jimmy Carter was called the Carter Doctrine, when he said when America was so reliant on imported oil that flowed through the Strait of Hormuz in the Middle East, he said any nation that blocked our access to that energy was committing an act of war. Well, there are many dangers here that I think we need to be very careful about. After years of building our energy independence and our energy security, this is not the time to turn back the clock. We shouldn't put ourselves in the position of being reliant on other countries, let alone our adversaries. Mr. Chairman, I support efforts to reduce carbon emissions to preserve our air, land, and water for future generations. But those efforts don't have to come at an outrageous cost. You can support an all-of-the-above strategy when it comes to energy and innovation and conservation. Those are not mutually exclusive goals. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Cornyn. I do not see another senator on the committee who has not yet spoken here. Is there any senator I'm missing? It's probably already been announced that we are in the middle of a two-vote series, and we're actually getting close to the end of the first vote, so I suspect that, I know Senator Wyden is there waiting for that second vote to start, and I suspect most of the other senators are as well. So until we have a senator return who has not yet had an opportunity to give his or her opening statement, we will go at recess. and is ready to give his opening statement.
I appreciate the chairman's interest in updating our energy tax policy. I agree that reforming our current policies so that they avoid picking winners and losers is a worthy goal. However, the devil is in the details, like it is with many pieces of legislation. I have concerns that the approach that we're considering today is less about tech neutral than advancing a liberal agenda. I've always understood that to sufficiently meet America's energy needs, we need an all-the-above approach. And everybody, I don't know whether 100 senators always say I'm for energy, all of the above. The trouble is half of that group is for everything above the ground and against everything below the ground. For the other half, they're for everything under the ground, but for nothing above the ground. So I always question the legitimacy of everybody saying all of the above. But the chairman's proposal is for all that's above and none that's below, and kind of sort of for those that grow. This is due to the bill's focus on carbon elimination over carbon reduction. This preoccupation with achieving a green dream disfavors technology that significantly reduce carbon emissions but can't achieve net zero on the aggressive time scale required here. At the same time, the mark provides a windfall to certain technologies that would be eligible for subsidies long after they achieve significant market penetration and economies of scale. I also have concerns over the IRS's ability to administer the proposal. It leans heavily on the IRS to write and enforce rules and regulations that determine what technologies qualify for subsidies. It's unclear that the IRS presently has the expertise or resources to do either. The IRS has already been charged within the last 2 or 3 months with an increasing role as a social welfare agency under the majority's Advanced Child Tax Credit Program. This proposal the bill before us, further expands IRS's role as a regulator of carbon emissions and enforcer of labor rules. And none of these things were intended or can be handled with where the expertise is of the IRS, which of course is to collect revenue. So this makes me wonder if recent proposals to increase IRS's budget are about tackling the tax gap or part of a larger agenda to lean on the agency to administer a wide-ranging progressive agenda. Due to these and other concerns, I'm unable to support the chairman's proposal as written. However, I remain ready and willing to work with colleagues on both sides of the aisle to increase America's energy independence and reduce carbon emissions. I yield the floor.
Thank you, Senator Grassley. We'll go with Senator Cardin and then Senator Cantwell.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. First, I want to thank you for the proposal that you have brought forward. I think it's a rational tax policy for energy production and use. I think it's fair. It is consistent. It is tied to the reduction of greenhouse gases, which is our global responsibility and our domestic need on climate change. It recognizes that clean energy will create more jobs, clean transportation will create more jobs, and it puts a reward on energy conservation, which is something we all should agree with as far as energy use is concerned. I want to thank you specifically for including the improvements on the 179D, the commercial buildings energy efficiency issue. Last year, with the help of Senator Crapo, we were able to make that particular provision permanent. Under the chairman's mark, we will have a more effective 179D program with higher deductions, and the allocation provisions for nonprofits and tribal governments allow them to take advantage of this 179D program. You've also made it possible for REITs to take full advantage of the deduction. But you've gone further than that, and I'm pleased that you also accepted another one of our recommendations, that REITs can fully take advantage of the energy credit, including the direct payment program. On one note, when we get to the markup itself, I'm going to offer an amendment. I will not ask for a vote, along with Senator Whitehouse and Casey, that would provide for a nuclear production tax credit so that we are consistent with all forms of energy. Obviously, many of our states have nuclear power plants. I have reactors at Culver Cliffs. It's an emission-free energy source and furthers our climate objective. 20% of all of our electricity is produced through nuclear energy, 50% of our carbon-free electricity. So it's a critical source of energy and a critical source of emission-free energy. The production tax credit would apply to merchant nuclear power plants, and it would be similar to the formulas that is in the chairman's mark in regards to the other production tax credits, including the direct pay option. We're in danger of seeing the premature closing of nuclear reactors in this country. We've already lost 11 reactors in 10 different states, and there are other nuclear reactors that are in peril of closing. So, Mr. Chairman, I hope that as we go through this process, we'll find a way that we can include a nuclear production tax credit. I also want to thank Senator Burr, who's raised this issue for our committee, and Senator Kramer, who joined me in the last Congress in regards to nuclear power. This is bipartisan and I hope will ultimately be added to the package. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I thank my colleague, and I want to thank my colleague for his leadership on energy conservation and also for clean nuclear energy, two very important points. I think now, with the graciousness of colleagues, we'll go to Senator Cantwell, and then we'll go to Senator Carper.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to say, thank you so much for this markup and the work that your team has done incredibly in putting all of this together. And taken together, I think this is one of the biggest measures we've had before us to ensure that America continues to lead in the manufacturing sector, particularly with clean energy. I was proud to support the first $7,500 federal EV incentive with Senator Hatch. We did that at 2007, maybe even in this room, I don't know. But when we did the 30D credit, it became law in 2008. There were no electric vehicles in the market. So Tesla only had a prototype. GM Chevy Volt was still a blueprint. So fast forward to today, and we have a tax incentive that has helped to develop lots of different models and hundreds of electric vehicle models in the future. So very excited to continue to look at this investment, and I'm sure we'll end up talking about the F-150 and trucks for the future. But today, I wanted to point out a couple of things in the underlying legislation that I think continues to help us and to move forward. We need to tackle other areas of our transportation infrastructure that will help us be competitive and to tackle climate issues. Many of the issues that I think we'll hear about today, people are going to claim that these are costly investments, but I would say that they return to the taxpayer a very strong economy, very strong innovation, and certainly high-wage jobs. So they are worth the investments. There are many provisions I support, but I would like to highlight two. The first, I would like to thank the chair for including my proposal to establish a landmark 30% credit for electrified vehicles beyond passenger cars. This is an opportunity for us to look at everything from buses to trucks to the maritime community with boats, even planes, and other industrial equipment like electric-powered forklifts, tractors, and port equipment, because our ports, obviously under air attainment challenges, have lots of issues, but if we can help them move forward on transitioning our ports to cleaner sources of energy, that will be helpful. Americans run on freight, but moving goods around the country accounts for 1/6 of U.S. greenhouse emissions. But these heavier vehicles are particularly difficult to decarbonize, so I believe time-limited incentives are needed to warrant warranted to help scale and commercialize these promising technologies. These incentives will not only drive adoption of cleaner vehicles, they will help ensure that cleaner vehicles the world wants to buy are built here in the United States. Electrifying freight, which includes batteries, green hydrogen, renewable natural gas, also could reduce local air pollution, lower transportation costs, facilitate international trade, and provide us with competitive edge. I want to thank Senator Stabenow and Cortez Masto for co-sponsoring the amendment, and we have the support of the Zero Emissions Transportation Association, the Electric Drive Transportation Association, the National Marine Manufacturers Association. That is, can you imagine fishing in an electric boat? It's a little. We've had some stories of people winning fishing derbies just because they had an electric boat. So I like that. The Truck and Engine Manufacturers Association, the Fuel Cell and Hydrogen Energy Association, the Business Council for Sustainable Energy, and lots of other environmental groups like Earth Justice. So the second measure, I'll go quickly, Mr. Chairman, is about, when I will call up Cantwell 2, is a proposal that would help maintain baseload hydropower facilities and remove obsolete river obstruction. So I thank you again, Mr. Chairman, for the fine job in pulling all this together.
I thank my colleague for her leadership, and particularly in areas like freight and ports and the like. As you mentioned, we're only tapping a tiny fraction of the potential, and these new incentives to reduce carbon can really make a difference. And I thank you for your leadership as the chair of the Commerce Committee as well. Again, colleagues are being very gracious, and I think we'll have Senator Carper next. And is Senator Thune available? We'll have Senator Carper next, and I thought I saw Senator Thune. Senator Carper.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, for bringing us together, and thank you for your kind words about these collective efforts, for your leadership. Thanks for holding this markup to update our federal energy tax incentives. I just want to align myself with the words of Senator Cardin with respect to nuclear energy. I spent many years of my life in the Navy. We started doing nuclear power in the Navy 70 years ago, and in those 7 years, the total number of people who died in the Navy of exposure to nuclear radiation is 0. And I just want to keep that in mind as we try to figure out whether or not to save nuclear power plants. I think we should. But as Chairman of the Senate Committee on Environment and Public Works, this is an issue that we're considering today that's close to my heart. I want to thank, we've got several members, Mr. Chairman, of this committee who are also members of the Environment and Public Works Committee. I want to especially thank Senator Cardin, Senator Whitehouse, Senator Stabenow for helping us to report out unanimously surface transportation legislation. Thank you very much, Debbie. And on 21-0 vote, I had them repeat that vote, Mr. Chairman, 3 times. I kept asking, would you say that again? Finally, we had to shut it down. But more seriously, we know that climate change is the greatest crisis facing our planet, a crisis that demands action. And here on this committee, we must work to ensure that our tax code is helping our nation combat this challenge, and doing so to create good-paying American jobs and to strengthen our economy at the same time. Proud to join Chairman Wyden in co-sponsoring the Clean Energy America Act, which will do just that, putting our tax system on track to help protect our planet. Passing this measure will support American innovation, reduce pollution, foster economic growth, and create good-paying jobs in our country at a time when we really need them. I'm pleased that this legislation draws on a number of common-sense tax policies that I've helped to author or co-author to move us toward a clean energy future. First, I'm delighted that the bill before us includes bipartisan legislation I've introduced with Senator Burr of this committee, the Securing America's Clean Fuels Infrastructure Act. This measure improves and extends the existing 30C alternative fuel vehicle investment tax credit to encourage private investments in clean vehicle infrastructure for the clean cars of the future. I'm also grateful that the bill before us includes the Save America's Clean Energy Jobs Act that I penned to help make clean energy credits this year and into the future refundable. This provision will allow companies to more easily use clean energy tax credits and help unleash capital for clean energy investments and deployment. The legislation also includes something new that we just have thought about for a while, but really have done something with it this week. The legislation also includes my Clean Hydrogen Production Act, which incentivizes U.S. production of clean hydrogen through production and investment tax credits. This could be the start of something big, Mr. Chairman, I think. And hydrogen can be used as a zero-emitting fuel for a whole host of things, as electricity, as transportation fuel, as energy storage, and industrial processes. The provisions in today's bill will accelerate the production of clean hydrogen, and it's a critical piece to cleaning up our industrial sectors and as an important tool in meeting our climate goals. In addition, the chairman has adopted an amendment of mine which extends the existing 30% investment tax credit under Section 48, and in doing so, the chairman's mark gives an additional year of certainty to the clean energy sector as we transition to the technology-neutral approach. And one more thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you and your staff for I know you get tired of these thank yous, but thank you to you and your staff for your leadership and hard work that went into today's bill. Thank you for your willingness to adopt so many provisions that are important to my constituents and to me and to the Americans across the country. Today's bill isn't perfect. None of my bills are perfect, but it's a wonderful start toward a clean energy future. And my hope is that all of our colleagues will join us in supporting this excellent piece of legislation before us today.
Well, let me stay in the thank you caucus and tell you I very much appreciate that unanimous vote that you got today. Pretty hard to get 21 votes on ordering a 7-Up, let alone a major bill. So thank you. Senator Thune is next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member Crapo. And yeah, I don't think the chairman ever gets tired of thank yous. Like my colleagues, I understand the importance of protecting our environment, and I believe it's in our nation's long-term interest to embrace cleaner energy sources to reduce greenhouse gases, especially as other countries around the world become more industrialized. Since being elected to Congress, I have worked to increase the availability and use of alternative energy sources. I believe this is important not only because it can reduce our dangerous dependence upon foreign sources of energy, but also because of the environmental benefits of using cleaner sources of energy. Through alternative energy resources, including wind, hydropower, and a strong agriculture sector that allows for the production of renewable fuels such as ethanol and biodiesel, South Dakota is leading the way toward cleaner and more efficient energy technologies, I should say. My colleagues may be surprised to learn that due to robust hydroelectric and wind energy, approximately 70% of South Dakota's energy production is renewable. As a member of the Senate Finance Committee, I promoted the responsible use of energy tax credits to bring technologies to a point of competitive maturity, notably wind energy, which has seen expansive growth on the Great Plains. In fact, the fourth quarter of 2020 saw more wind projects come online nationally than in any previous year other than 2012. As a member of the Senate Agriculture Committee, I've also promoted the use of homegrown biofuels to lower carbon emissions from the transportation section. Biofuels like ethanol have, on average, 46% lower carbon emissions than conventional gasoline. Ethanol and biodiesel are readily available carbon solutions that can leverage the existing vehicle fleet and a majority of existing fueling infrastructure across the country. And even as more electric vehicles hit the road, we must not forget that millions of Americans will continue to drive liquid fuel vehicles for years to come. Biofuels can make each American driver part of our climate solution. Congress and this administration should not overlook American agriculture and the immense opportunities the ag sector brings to the table. This starts with accurate data and modeling to fully recognize the emissions contributions of biofuels, and I have an amendment to address this. By encouraging domestic energy production, increasing America's renewable energy supply, and reducing consumption, we can ultimately achieve lower energy costs, lower emissions, energy independence, and a stronger economy. Unfortunately, provisions in this $260 billion energy tax bill miss the mark, and it will impose new costs on American families at a time when many can ill afford them. My colleagues will characterize this bill as tech neutral, but right out of the gate, they strip energy programs that help deliver affordable and reliable energy to Americans every day and support good-paying jobs across the country. Just 3 weeks ago, the Colonial Pipeline hack was a wake-up call to the importance of American energy security and energy independence. American consumers should never have to question whether they will have reliable and affordable access to energy and fuel, and I have concerns that this bill will undercut the great strides we've made in America's recent energy renaissance, particularly through natural gas and hydraulic fracking. In order for America to maintain its competitive energy posture, we cannot hamstring our energy industries that have reduced our dependence on foreign sources of energy, nor should we overlook the readily available technologies that have made America a leader in clean energy. If we're to make meaningful, fiscally responsible investments in American energy, delivering affordable and reliable energy to consumers, growing good-paying jobs for American workers, all while lowering our emissions, it will require a truly all of the above approach. So I welcome, Mr. Chairman, the robust discussion here today.
Thank my colleague. Senator Casey.
Don. Mr. Leadership. I don't know why this isn't going on. Okay. I'll pass until.
There you are.
Thank Michael Bennett.
Look at that collegiality.
That's great. Mr. Chairman, thanks for your leadership on this bill and the work we're doing in this markup, and appreciate all the work you've done with me and others to come together on this bill. The science is very clear. I don't think anyone doubts, at least not many people doubt the science that climate change is real. It's a threat to human life, and it's caused by human activity. Of course, that compels us to do something. We've got to take bold and decisive action to tackle this crisis by dramatically reducing greenhouse gas emissions. Climate change not only threatens the health of the environment, it's of course a direct threat to God's creation. And certainly it's a threat to future generations. But it's already having a devastating impact on our communities today. I see it in Pennsylvania all the time. Rising temperatures, heavy rain events, higher tides, water levels that are presenting new and serious threats to our public health, threats to our agriculture, our economy, and our environment. These impacts will only intensify in my home state and across the country if we fail to take action that the climate crisis demands. It's imperative that our climate mitigation strategy focus on making new investments that can increase our economic, energy, and environmental security while protecting and creating good-paying jobs. This Clean Energy for America Act makes these vital investments while also keeping our nation's energy workers at the forefront, taking advantage of the well-trained, dedicated, and skilled workforce that has grown out of our industrial past and present. Because of this, I was very proud to work with Senators Brown and Bennett to include a measure that prioritizes industrial and manufacturing communities for expanded incentives for renewable energy projects. We'll revitalize our economy by increasing federal efforts in the areas of energy efficiency and conservation, by developing and adopting new, cleaner ways of producing electricity, and by creating jobs for today and for future generations. Senator Brown and I work to ensure the legislation ensures strong domestic content standards for renewable energy investments. Ensuring America is a leader in renewable energy innovation, manufacturing, and supporting our energy independence is all critical. I want to thank Chairman Wyden and his staff for their work on this measure, as I said at the outset. Not only will this investment in the green jobs of the future, the clean energy jobs that will grow our economy, it will also reverse the hazardous effect of climate change. Clean energy jobs will help alleviate rising energy prices, transform the world's economy, and protect our national security by reducing our dependence on foreign sources of energy. The health of our children and our communities depends on a commitment to invest in meaningful climate action now, not later, now. And the Clean Energy for America Act takes these first critical steps. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
I thank my colleague and particularly appreciate the fact that he has been consistently pushing a modern energy policy for working families, and that is a vital part of this bill. I think Senator Portman's next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks for indulging us because we've got so many things going on at the same time this afternoon. I support, as so many of us do, an all-of-the-above approach to energy policy, and there's a reason for that. It's important we have a different mix of power sources for our energy portfolio, for our economy, and that includes fossil fuels, but it also includes nuclear and it also includes renewables. Ohio is a classic example. We have 41% coal still, probably less than 41% by the time I finish talking because natural gas has displaced a lot of our coal power. Natural gas is about 42%, renewables 2.7%, including hydropower on the Ohio River, solar, wind, as well as nuclear power, which is actually 13% in Ohio. So
we've got it all. We also have a strong energy development and manufacturing sector that supports and is supported by these energy industries. We'll continue to need this diverse energy portfolio, which includes fossil fuels, in my view, to help keep costs low and to have reliable energy and to assure that our grid reliability is there as we work toward a cleaner energy economy. However, this approach does not mean that we have an increase in emissions. In fact, we've had a reduction of emissions, as you know. Since 2005, our national emissions have fallen by 10%. Specifically, power sector emissions have fallen by 27%. It's pretty amazing, and it really goes to the natural gas revolution that we've seen in Ohio and elsewhere. Over this time frame, our nation experienced rapid growth, by the way, and yet, we had these numbers, and we also had rapid growth in our domestic energy production, particularly natural gas. Working on solutions to help reduce our emissions while supporting the economy is an important conversation. My concern is that it may not be a bipartisan one today. I have been able to work with a lot of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle and our side of the aisle to put forward energy bills, some of which are actually under jurisdiction of this committee. One example is the bill that Senator Michael Bennet and I have introduced for several Congresses now. We're about ready to get it done. It's a smart thing. It's to use private activity bonds, which brings in a lot more private sector funding, and it would help to finance the purchase and installation of carbon capture and sequestration, which, again, using fossil fuels but capturing that carbon. And now we've added to it direct air capture equipment, given the technology improvements there. I understand, just as I walked in here, that it's included in the chairman's mark. If that's true, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. I didn't know that. But I think it makes sense, and I think it's one where we should be able to find a way forward. We did this, by the way, with scrubbers back in the 70s, using private activity bonds, and I think it should be a use for those bonds. I also have the Linear Parity Generator Act with Senator Brown. This is about a specific technical correction to allow high-efficiency linear generators to access an investment tax credit. And again, understand from Senator Brown that's also been included in the bill today, and I think it's appropriate. Again, small change, but important to keep up with the technologies. Other bipartisan bills I've worked on to help improve the emissions and the environment while creating jobs include our energy efficiency legislation with Senator Shaheen. As I told the chairman, this is not about tax incentives. We've never focused on the tax side. Instead, we focused on other incentives, but no mandates. And it's pretty significant in the sense that it would save consumers about $51 billion on energy bills through more efficiency, but also reduce carbon emissions by about 1.3 billion tons and add more than 100,000 jobs to the economy. So all without putting any new mandates, again, in the private sector. That bill has passed the Senate before. It did not pass the House last time it passed the Senate, and pieces of it have been signed into law, but there's still more to be done there. So I hope, Mr. Chairman, that we'll have a spirited discussion today about these different approaches, but at the end, figure out some way to come together on some of these ideas that make sense for jobs and the economy, but also for reducing emissions and helping the environment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I thank my colleague and thank him for his good work, particularly in the energy efficiency field. First, as I touched on earlier, there are no mandates in this bill. Repeat, no mandates in the bill. This is all about incentives to reduce carbon, and I know my colleagues had good ideas in this area. I hope he'll want to expand on some of them as we go forward with this discussion. Let's see, our next, Senator Langford.
Well, I'll just walk right in and get a chance to be able to walk into my time. I couldn't have timed that any better. Listen, it's been interesting. The chairman and I have had this conversation on the floor, and several of us have. If I'm going to pull the crystal ball out and fast forward 5 hours from now or so, we're going to have a 14-14 vote, and we'll be locked up on this issue. I think it's good that we can talk about it. I have to tell you, from a state like mine, that is a truly all-the-above state with a diverse energy portfolio, this kind of dialogue makes us nervous. Not because we're an oil and gas state and we're enslaved to oil and gas folks and the dark money is rushing at us and we're unrestrained. It's that we had, in February, 14 degrees below zero at my house, and we were below zero, well below zero, for 2 weeks. Well, that may be normal at some of your homes. That's not normal at ours. And in that situation, our wind towers froze up, condensate coming out of natural gas wells froze up. We have a lot of hydro. We accelerated the use of hydro. Our solar panels were covered in snow. And we were in a situation that's very unusual for us in the Southwest Power Pool to be using a majority of coal. That's not normal for us. We use a majority of wind. Unlike some other states, we use a lot of wind in our state. And while other states talk about it, we actually do it. And that's a major part of our portfolio. The fear for this is, in those peak moments, we're about to disincentivize creating fuels and maintaining facilities that will carry us through those moments. And on the most dangerous days, when it's hottest, when it's coldest, what we'll be dependent on is intermittent because the investments are not there. Now, it's not just restrictions or mandates. We all know around this group, because we track it all the time, if you disincentivize certain areas, capital stops flowing to those areas. So you stop getting capital to maintain pipelines. You stop getting capital to be able to build new natural gas facilities. And in this dialogue for a while, we've talked about natural gas as a bridge fuel, and now suddenly natural gas is evil. I have to tell you, I'm trying to track where we go in this dialogue, and I'm hopeful for a positive dialogue, but my fear is at the end of the day, I'll be called a climate change denier and you'll be called a reality denier, because when we're driving vehicles, 98% of them right now are running on gas, not running on electricity. And if we shut off all that flow towards that, that's going to continue to raise prices on those that can't afford it the most. And if the push is going to be towards electric vehicles to say everybody just needs to shift to electric, I'd love for you to tell the folks that are working every day, because the electric vehicles in the manufacturing location are not being driven by the folks working on the line. They're being driven by the folks in the office at the corner. And so they're not available to everyone. So I hope we can have a realistic conversation about what's really happening and about how we can deal with fuel options and keep diverse fuel options and not try to disincentivize us from actually maintaining what we're going to need as a country.
I thank my colleague for our conversations, and I hope what will come out of here, and we've certainly seen it for the first hour and a half, is nobody's calling anybody any names here. What this is about is a new system using voluntary incentives to cut carbon on a level playing field where there are no winners, no losers, and everybody in your part of the world, in the fossil fuel part of the country, can take advantage of carbon capture and the like. Senator Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman and Senators Casey and Stabenow especially, thank you for the work. Was it last weekend, the weekend before, whenever that frenetic outburst of activity, thank you. And in the same weekend that Senator Crapo had his 70th birthday party, or birthday, I don't know about a party, but if I could add that in, thank you. As always, the chairman listened to our concerns. We work to address them in the bill that we will pass out of committee today. We have a forward-looking bill that we begin to protect our communities and our economy from climate change while creating jobs and boosting domestic manufacturing and the auto industry. We know the tremendous potential of electric vehicles. We need to ensure that we're getting the tax policy right. I appreciate, again, the work of the chairman and Senator Stabenow to provide the additional credit for EVs built in the U.S. and equally importantly by union workers in good-paying jobs. This bill takes an important step forward, ensuring that coming years only cars made in this country by this country's workers will be eligible for the credit. The bill includes provisions to spur domestic clean tech manufacturing to make sure we get that investment in my part of the country and other regions that have seen older, insufficient power plants retired. We have an opportunity to align our tax code in a way that rewards investment in good-paying jobs for American workers, whether they're building solar installations in western Ohio or making batteries in northeastern Ohio. I want to briefly mention 3 amendments that are included. First is Brown White House. I thank my colleague from Rhode Island, promoting the use of sustainable aviation fuels and reduce emissions across the aviation sector. America's already a leader in sustainable transportation fuels. Ohio's been a leader in aviation innovation really since the Wright brothers 125 years ago. This amendment ensures we'll continue to develop the next generation of fuel to power that industry. Second amendment will make it easier for farmers to invest in biodigesters and renewable gas generation. In Ohio, we know that by working with farmers and livestock producers, we increase on-farm income while reducing runoff, promoting water quality, especially important to Senator Portman and me with Lake Erie. Third Amendment provides a tax credit to spur the development of linear generators, a new clean technology that supports jobs in Appalachia, Ohio, and Athens, an area of the state that's been hit for decades by lost industrial jobs. So, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Brown, and for coming through on all those key issues for workers. I think now a quorum is present, and we are in a position to begin the formal markup. So the modification is hereby incorporated into the mark, and I would ask that the Chief of Staff of the Joint Committee, Mr. Thomas Barthold, summarize the mark and modification. After Mr. Barthold has done it, then we will be able to have questions for the staff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The members have available to them three Joint Committee documents, JCX 26, 28, and 29. The first two documents describe the Chairman's mark and the modification to it, and JCX 29 is provides our revenue estimates of the provisions in the Chairman's mark as modified. By way of brief background, the underlying mark makes substantial changes to the present law electricity production tax credit, the energy investment tax credit, various proposals that provide incentives for residential conservation products and production of alternative power or heat in the home, and provisions that encourage alternative fuels for transportation. What the mark does is, rather than identify specific products or technologies, the mark would qualify any expenditure that meets specified reductions in greenhouse gas emissions. It generally revises what we have in present law sections 45, 48, 25C, 25D, and the fuels credits to move to this test based on greenhouse gas emission, with the flip over from present law to the new regime generally commencing in calendar year 2023. Now, JCX 28 describes the modifications that were released a little bit earlier today, some of which have been referenced in the discussion here of the past 90 minutes. I will highlight just a few of them. Regarding the production tax credit and the investment tax credit provisions in the Chairman's mark, the modification provides that there is a 10% bonus to the production tax credit and a 10 percentage point bonus to the investment tax credit for three different qualifying events. One is in the case of nascent technologies, and those are technologies where the facility, the product, has a less than 3% market penetration. That could receive this bonus under the PTC or the ITC. Another event is if the qualifying facility is located in an impacted energy community, and that's generally a community where there's been a loss of a coal-fired power plant or coal mining, and the jobs have been lost in that community. And then finally, the bonuses may apply if the facility meets certain domestic content requirements. I should also note that within the mark, which provides for direct pay elections for most all of these technologies, the modification would limit the direct pay option with respect to the amounts of domestic content in the facility. The modification would extend Code Section 25D through 2023 at a 30% and restore the 30% tax credit rate. It would extend present law Section 48, the investment tax credit, through 2023 at 30% rate, and also expand qualifying facilities under Section 48 to include biodigesters and manure resource systems, and in addition add clean hydrogen production facilities. Regarding fuel production, the Chairman's modification makes a modification to provide a base credit amount of $2 per gallon in the case of sustainable aviation fuel. Regarding electric vehicles, the Chairman's modification again provides two levels of additional bonuses for passenger vehicles, a bonus of $2,500 if the final assembly occurs in a facility manned by organized labor organizations. Provides another $2,500 bonus based on domestic assembly. This would mean that The maximum amount of credit that could be claimed for an electric passenger vehicle would be $12,500, which is an increase from the maximum amount of $7,500 available under present law. However, the modification also provides that these credits would only be available for vehicles the manufacturer's suggested retail price of which is less than or equal to $80,000. As noted in some of the discussion earlier, the modification also expands the commercial vehicle credit and expands it by including commercial vehicles beyond trucks. So, for example, electric buses. The modification strikes the clean energy bonds provisions that were in the underlying mark, but adds, as was noted a moment ago, a new category of qualified facility private activity bonds for carbon capture, storage, and direct air capture facilities. The modification also creates a production tax credit for clean hydrogen. Then lastly, the modification includes a hold harmless from tax increase for small businesses and taxpayers whose incomes are less than $400,000 annually. That concludes my brief walkthrough. I'd be happy to answer any questions that the members might have.
Thank you, Mr. Bartold. And before we go to questions, I think Senator Sass got here in this short window. Does my colleague want to make a statement now, or what's your pleasure?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll comment as we go, but let's push on now. Thank you for the offer.
Very, very good. All right, we're now in the period for senators to ask questions of Mr. Bartold, and we'll go as we did before in the order of appearance. So on our side, Senator Carper, you would be next for purposes of asking questions. Are there any questions that you would care to ask Mr. Bartold?
If I could, I'd like to pass for now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Senator Crapo, questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Bartold, as Congress continues to discuss ways to address the insolvency of the Highway Trust Fund, we see that receipts going into the fund continue to decline, making it increasingly difficult to maintain our existing infrastructure, let alone modernize and make improvements. And a big reason for that is the increased number of electric vehicles on the road. Could you tell me what that statistic is right now in terms of what usage of our roads is being accomplished by electric vehicles versus what we expect it to be moving forward, and what we can expect the revenue going into the trust fund to be?
Increased electric vehicles and
Mr. Crapo, I will have to I'll have to respond later with precise statistics. As you had noted, electric vehicles represent less than 2% of the passenger fleet, and a smaller amount of trucks and more heavy transportation fleet. The declining revenues in the Highway Trust Fund are a result of, well, there are more vehicles on the road, not just electric vehicles, but there's been substantial improvements in the fuel efficiency of the rest of the fleet, both in terms of larger vehicles, tractor trailers, and passenger automobiles. That's large. I can provide to the members later the Congressional Budget Office's projections of the projected balances and the receipts that are going into the Highway Trust Fund. I'll ask my colleagues to prepare that material, and we'll get it out to all the members.
If my colleague just would yield without losing his time. Mr. Andres, I remember the Congressional Budget Office at our hearing on infrastructure essentially giving us an analysis indicating that the impact on the Highway Trust Fund would be very modest. Can you recall what the Congressional Budget Office said? And I want Senator Crapo to know he's not going to lose his time.
That's correct. Last week's hearing on infrastructure, the Congressional Budget Office estimated that if electric vehicles faced a tax roughly equal to what an average gas taxpayer would pay, it would collect roughly $200 million per year, or $2 billion over the budget window, which is significantly smaller than the nearly $200 billion Highway Trust Fund.
Somewhere in the vicinity of perhaps 1.6% or 2%, somewhere along those lines?
That's correct.
Thank you. Senator Crapo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So if I understand that right, you were talking about a tax on electric vehicles in that answer?
That's correct. The Congressional Budget Office looked at an option that would provide a fee on electric vehicles that was roughly equivalent to the average amount paid by gas taxpayers of internal combustion vehicles.
All right. And then just quickly, to any of you who may be able to answer this question, do you have some analysis as to what increased usage of the road would be if the electric vehicle incentives are enacted, that are in this legislation, are enacted into law? Won't that increase the utilization of our highways, or at least the mix of cars and whatever other vehicles on the highway as a result of these incentives?
Senator Crapo, the chairman's mark provides that the credits provided to electric vehicles remain in place up to a point where annual market sales exceed 50% of the annual sales. Our estimates, as you can see from the table in JCX 29, we are projecting that a number of electric vehicles will be purchased. That's the basis of the revenue loss, but we do not project that we'll reach a 50% market penetration in any year in the budget window.
All right, thank you. And I don't know how much time I have. Can we have some, I have some extra questions, but I can wait and do them after others.
Why don't we just see if we can go back and forth? Senator Stabenow.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to clarify what I thought was in the mark, Mr. Bartholomew. It's my understanding that it's not 50% of market share, although I would love that, frankly, but that what is in the mark is that it would remain, the credit would remain in place up to 10 years, or when carbon emissions from the transportation sector was cut by 50%. So if the carbon emissions were cut by 50%, or 10 years, whichever came first, that's what I understand is, and of course the transportation sector is the leading source of carbon emissions. So we would love to have that 50% in emissions cut, certainly come sooner than 10 years, that's for sure.
The mark provides that the credit is in place for fuel cell vehicles and plug-in electric vehicles until such time as the combined total sales of those vehicles in any one year exceeds 50% of the annual passenger vehicle sales for that year, and then it phases it out. Since the fleet has older vintage cars, it's not a target of hitting 50% of the overall fleet, but it's up to 50% of the sales in any one year would then trigger a phase out over the subsequent 3 years.
Thank you.
We're going back and forth and making an exception for members who've come in. Senator Warren, we've been allowing 3 minutes for any kind of open. Okay, very good. Senator Grassley.
Yeah. I want to ask Mr. Boddicker something that sounds funny about this thing doing away with all of these spatial credits. In his opening statement, the chairman made the claim that we were throwing out a patchwork of different credits with a streamlined tech-neutral approach, yet his modified mark adds a series of new one-off for spatial treatment. We started out with a single tech-neutral clean fuels credit. I now count at least 3 separate credits. There is now one for clean fuels generally, a special credit for aviation fuels, and another for clean hydrogen production. At this rate, we'll be back to 40 separate credits. So this bill is not quite as pure as it was referenced to begin with. Would that be a fair conclusion on my part?
Senator Grassley, thank you for that question. Yeah, I think with what happened in the Chairman's bill and then the lead up to this markup is we see the tension inherent when you undertake energy tax changes, right? You can speak of consolidation, you can work towards that consolidation, but inevitably the number only grows the minute you get into a setting and have to account for everyone's priorities. So I think it's fair to say, yeah, while we may have 3 now, who knows how many we'll have, and it probably won't be long before we get back to 40 plus.
I yield, Mr. Chairman.
I would only say, and we're going to go to colleagues, as you saw in my opening statement, there are really 3 goals. That's what we're doing, is we're putting everybody on a level playing field with voluntary incentives to reduce carbons wrapped tightly into 3 goals. Colleagues, Senator Grassley has completed his questions. So on our side, Senator Carper, did you want to ask anything, or would you care to? Okay, then next on our side would be Senator Bennett. Do you wish to ask any questions? No. Okay. Senator Barrasso.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Barthold, I have just a few questions regarding the percent depletion allowance for oil and gas and coal operations. The allowance has been in the tax code since 1926, so 95 years. The percentage depletion allowance is available to businesses engaged in extraction operations, which includes sand, gravel, granite, marble, mollusk shells, coal, borax, sulfur, gold, copper, silver, and oil and gas. Applies to a lot of things for the last 95 years. And I'm curious about the size of the companies that use this percentage depletion. Is this available to large integrated companies, or is this something more for the small mom and pop organizations?
Senator Barrasso, under present law, there's differential treatment on the size of companies. The large integrated oil companies under present law, have to amortize 30% of the IDCs over 60 months. The proposal in the mark is that all taxpayers would itemize IDCs over 60 months. But under present law, it's non-integrated companies may expense the IDCs, and the large integrateds have to amortize part of the IDC.
So it's fair to say that a repeal of this percent depletion for oil, gas, and coal would result in a tax hike on small businesses. The impact would be felt there.
It slows the recovery of the cost by amortization. It's not denying a deduction, but it slows it. And so, in present value terms, yes, it does reduce a tax benefit.
So for thousands of my constituents in Wyoming who are, royalty owners, landowners, retirees on a fixed income, children of families who've been in the state for generations, and there may be some oil or resources on their lands. It's correct that their individual royalty owners can claim a deduction for percent depletion right now.
That's correct, sir.
Yeah. So is it accurate then to say that if a percent depletion deduction was repealed, as being proposed here, then these royalty owners that claim the deduction in their annual tax returns would in fact then pay more in taxes, assuming everything else on their tax returns is unchanged?
Senator, again, with the nuance that I explained, is it's not a total denial of the deduction, it's amortization, so it's recovered over time. But the short answer is yes, there would be a smaller deduction in the initial years, and that would mean more reportable income and a higher tax level.
Higher tax. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I thank my colleague. I'm going to put into the record now by unanimous consent the analysis done by the Rhodium Group. And what they found is, as a result of our emphasis on free market competition, where we have everybody on a level playing field to reduce carbon, 600,000 jobs would be created. And by unanimous consent, we'll put it in the record in connection with Senator Barrasso's question. On our side, any colleagues wish to ask questions at this point? Senator Cortez Masto.
Thank you. Mr. Barthold, just a clarification. You mentioned something about credits for buses. Did I hear that incorrectly?
The underlying mark provides an expanded credit for electric cargo vehicles. The modification expands this to alternative electric vehicles of all sorts, and that would include electric buses, for example, and I believe Senator Cantwell mentioned electric boats. Other potential uses, claimants of the credit could be forklift or heavy machinery, road building machinery that was powered by electricity. Those would all
So
qualify.
just clarifying, what I'm hearing is that there's the potential for tax credits for the production or manufacture of electric buses?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Has my colleague completed her questions? Any senators on the Republican side seek to ask Mr. Barthold the question? We'll go to Senator Cornyn next, and then Senator Whitehouse. Senator Cornyn.
Mr. Barthold, the chairman's modified mark included a modified version of 2 amendments I filed to the bill to make sure that President Biden's commitment not to raise taxes on individuals who make less than $400,000 could be kept. So the chairman's mark directs the Treasury Secretary to review the returns of any individual taxpayer whose gross income is less than $400,000. I can't imagine how many that might be. Or a business with fewer than 500 employees. And if the taxpayer or business would have had a year-over-year tax increase as a result of the act, they will receive a tax rebate. Could you speak to the administrability, that's a hard word to say, how that would be administered by the IRS?
Senator Cornyn, I will offer a couple of thoughts, but I will note that I have a representative from the Treasury here who might want to address that question. You had noted that there are a lot of taxpayers with incomes less than $400,000. The provisions in the mark that would potentially give rise to a tax increase, absent this provision in the modification, are those such as that noted by Senator Barrasso a moment ago, the change to IDCs, amortization of G&G expenses, a relatively limited number of provisions. So a person such as myself who has primarily wage income and some investment income is easily ignored in the Treasury Secretary's review of returns earning less than $400,000. The chairman's modification I believe also directs that the Secretary may require some additional reporting, but as a base amount, IDCs, royalty payments, a number of the provisions in question here are reported as part of tax return information that is filed and provided to both the Internal Revenue Service and the taxpayer through the K-1, for example, in the case of a partnership or an S corporation. And so it will require a change in administration on the part of my colleagues from the Treasury, but this is possible to trace through, and as I noted, there was additional authority for information reporting that might be necessary to pick up some additional gaps in that. But it will be a new administrative challenge that cannot be denied.
I think I heard you say that the maximum subsidy for an electric vehicle would go from $7,500 to $12,500 under the mark?
That's correct, Senator.
So if I wanted to buy an $80,000 electric Hummer, the taxpayers would subsidize that to the extent of $12,500 under the chairman's mark.
It could, if it met. Remember, to get to the $12,500, there were sort of two additional criteria. But assuming that it met the criteria, yes.
Or the F-150 electric truck that President Biden was driving the other day. That would be eligible for a tax credit.
Well, it's a 30% credit against the price. Up to a maximum of $12,500.
Fair enough. Just let me follow up briefly on Senator Barrasso's point, or no, I'm sorry, Senator Crapo's point, do electric vehicles contribute anything to the Highway Trust Fund?
At present, not directly.
And there's nothing in the mark which would change that, is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
Finally, if the goal here is to reduce carbon emissions, is there anything in the chairman's mark that would price carbon? In other words, would it be possible for us to evaluate maybe alternatives that would reduce carbon, the same amount of carbon, let's say at a reduced cost?
Senator, there in the mark there is no direct tax on carbon or price on carbon. Conceptually, you could look at the amount of credit paid, for example, to produce carbon-free fuel, and you could calculate the cost of reducing the carbon in that fuel. So in concept, this has been done in terms of just energy efficiency of different appliances. What's the cost of achieving that efficiency gain? That's sort of what economists would call a shadow price on carbon.
And one last question along these lines. For example, if you're looking at the public investment in carbon capture technology by some form of taxpayer subsidy versus the subsidy that we would be providing for the purchase of electric vehicles, is there anything in the mark which would allow us to compare the efficiency of one form of tax subsidy compared to another?
Senator Cornyn, that was the concept that I was trying and did not do a very good job of explaining in the answer to the last question is, yes, you could try to calculate what's the value of what dollar amount of credit is being expended to achieve a carbon reduction by one means in the bill compared to another means in the bill.
Okay. If we're, thank
it
you.
would require some extra analysis that my colleagues and I have not done.
Finally, I noticed that from the revenue table that JTC is unable to score how much higher taxes would be to these taxpayers, and I'm talking now, let me back up a minute. We originally were talking about the rebate proposal in the mark for taxpayers earning less than $400,000. JTC says, I believe from the tables, that it's unable to score the savings from those amendments now incorporated in the mark. Do you know when JTC might be able to do that?
Well, we'll get to work on it. This was.
Well, you can put that on your list. Okay.
Well, no, I can. I mean, briefly, the difficulty is that in looking at the underlying estimates for the proposals, such as the change to recovery of geological and geophysical expenses, intangible drilling costs, and the like, we did not work from a sort of return-by-return basis. And so, as was noted earlier in the discussion, some of these deductions are claimed by corporations, and so they would not be subject to this. And so that's why there's no estimate there at present. Well, we will work on it, sir.
Thank you.
I thank my colleague, and with respect to my colleague's first point, and then Senator Stabenow, who is our authority on Hummers, among other things, since Senator Cornyn talked about it, just so we're clear with respect to protecting working class people, because a number of my colleagues have said correctly how important this is. So the language is very explicit in the bill. And the language in the bill says that anybody with an AGI of under $400,000 is expressly barred from any tax hikes under this bill. Thanks. Senator from Michigan.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted, in case anyone was interested in buying one of the cool new electric Hummers, which is great. I just walked through the plant a couple weeks ago. They call it Factory Zero. But it starts at $112,000 and will not be eligible for this credit, just FYI. You still should consider buying it, but it doesn't qualify for the credit.
If I could just respond, I believe that they also said they expect to get the price down to about $80,000.
I don't know.
Which would apply.
It would be great if they did, but right now it comes out next year. It's $112,000. It's a very cool vehicle, and Senator Cornyn, I'd love to have you come visit it.
The Hummer debate will continue, and I thank my colleagues. So we had Senator Cornyn, Senator Stabenow, other colleagues on the Republican side. Senator Thune next, I think, then Senator Portman. Senator Thune.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Barthold, how would the Joint Committee on Taxation score the allowance of direct pay for energy tax credits versus the way it's handled in the status quo?
Well, actually, we have estimated that, Senator Thune, and it's reported in the footnotes to the tables. How it's we're looking at somewhat based on the past experience from 2008, 2009, from the recession when we allowed people to elect in. That provided some of the behavioral analysis that went into our estimate. Also, looking at it in terms of the effect of upfront payment improving after-tax rate of return over the life of a project, motivated some of our estimate of the amount of take-up that there would be for direct pay. So that's kind of the revenue modeling aspect. But as I noted, the footnotes, the outlay amounts, it's in footnote 1 of JCX 29. So that's at the bottom of page 3. And it shows our estimates of essentially the direct pay effects for the production credit, the investment credit.
So total about $50 billion over 10.
Yes, that's correct, sir.
Okay. What's the Joint Committee's prediction on how long it would take for electric vehicles to reach that 50% threshold of annual sales?
Well, as I noted earlier, we do not think the incentives are great enough that it will exceed 50% within the budget window. We did not make a projection outside the budget window. It's 10 years in the future, and a lot of things would change. But we do not think we hit 50% of annual sales within the budget window.
All right, but you didn't have an estimate of beyond the budget window. What the time frame might be. Okay, all right. That's all for now. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Thune. I missed Senator Whitehouse, and he has been waiting for his questions.
Yeah, no problem, Chairman. I'm fine. I just wanted to ask Mr. Andres, we have seen pretty forceful economic crash warnings out of a lot of groups that are not traditional green groups, like Freddie Mac, like sovereign and national banks, including our own Federal Reserve banks, like the insurance industry, Nobel Prize-winning economists, and cold-eyed institutional investors like Goldman and BlackRock. The warnings include coastal property values collapse, cascading through the economy like 2008, an insurance crisis based on unpredictability of the risk, and a carbon bubble global economic crash. Is there any reason we should be scoffing at or ignoring those risks? And what do you think the committee should know about the cost of doing nothing?
As you alluded to in most of those reports and studies from independent experts, the cost of inaction often run into the trillions, which dwarfs the cost of these investments in the bill, which run to, as Mr. Barthold noted, about $260 billion.
Did my colleague get to finish his questions?
Not only did I finish my question, I got an answer to it.
Wonderful. Colleagues on the Republican side, questions? Senator Portman.
Thank you, Senator Wyden. So with regard to Title IV of the legislation, and specifically the provisions on removing the capital cost recovery provisions. As I said, I think carbon capture time is here, and so I've also said I think fossil fuels are going to be needed for a long time, and that's our base power. Ohio has become a big natural gas producing state, and oil. We have wet gas, oil, and natural gas, thanks to Marcellus and Utica finds, and thanks to new technology. We now have over 500,000 jobs in Ohio, both direct and indirect, based on this industry, and relatively good paying jobs, good benefits. Producers in my state who told me they're concerned about Title IV and the cost recovery provisions because they say it'll result in significant job loss. And again, particularly in our natural gas and oil sector. Mr. Bartold, do you know, and have you done any analysis of the jobs on this? How many jobs would be lost as a result of specifically the Title IV provisions on capital cost recovery?
Senator Portman, we have not analyzed employment effects by sector. Within the bill, and then within kind of the economic modeling that we do, within the bill, there are some provisions that provide incentives to increase investments in some sectors. So, for example, by encouraging purchase of electric vehicles, it should encourage investment in the automotive sector. As you note, by removing some tax benefits in other sectors, it would discourage more, it would dampen investment in those sectors. So you would expect employment gains in some sectors, employment losses in other sectors. In terms of estimating conventions, we're working against the Congressional Budget Office baseline. We're basically assuming that partly because there is up in some sectors, down in other sectors, that overall national employment remains the same, and overall labor income remains the same. So that's a long way of saying, no, I don't have projections of losses in potentially in, let's say, the oil industry from eliminating some of the tax benefits that are identified in Title IV.
Yeah. And as you say, some sectors are going to lose jobs, some may gain jobs. Some will gain jobs by some of the things we talked about here, and it will have a disproportionate impact on certain parts of the country. One of the quick one on the ITC phase-out issue, Title I creates this 30% investment credit for certain qualified zero-emission energy generation investments, and the phase-out is triggered only when the annual greenhouse gas emissions from energy production are reduced by 75% compared to 2021 levels. What assumptions were made as you looked at this regarding the power sector's emissions reductions, and what's the expected time frame to reach this threshold?
I will have to defer responding on that in terms of the basis of our estimate. I'll get back to you and the rest of the committee and explain our estimate.
I just think, I don't know if you have the information necessary to make a prediction on that, but it seems like that's a huge issue. It's over a third of the cost. The ITC alone is $95.9 billion, and the indefinite phase-out of the credit is, somewhat worrisome because you could have established industries that maybe don't need the credit to continue doing what they're doing, and yet it wouldn't phase out for some time. And Congress would not be in a position to have to reevaluate it. Thank you, Ms. Bartold.
I thank my colleague. Senator Toomey, what we have been doing, Senator Toomey, we've finished opening statements, but we're happy if you'd like to take 3 minutes or so to give an opening statement, or you can ask questions, either one at this point.
I'll pass, Mr. Chairman, and have some remarks about an amendment that I intend to offer.
Very good. Thank you. Other colleagues who have questions? Senator Cassidy.
Mr. Barthold, as I read this bill, it limits the ability of carbon capture technologies, attempts to limit the ability of carbon capture technologies to strip them from small businesses in Louisiana that might be more fossil fuel intensive. On average, how much do you estimate the price of oil, gas, and products derived from these will increase in the next year as a result of this bill?
Senator Cassidy, as in the case of employment changes, as part of our analysis to come up with a revenue analysis, we do not make a projection of price changes in sectors on downstream products.
Well, then let me ask. If the intuitively, then, do you think the removal of the existing credits for fossil energy will impact small, independent producers more, or the larger companies more, the super majors, if you will?
When you look at Title IV, certain of the benefits that are included in Title IV are already limited to, in the case of major oil companies. For example, percentage depletion has not been available to the major integrated oil companies since 1969. On the other hand, if you look at the provision relating to the repeal of the dual capacity status for taxpayers, that's really really pretty much solely the large companies that operate multinationally. So,
is it fair to say, as a percentage of their income and their net operating cost, that the impact would probably be greater on the smaller producer, looking at the importance of, I guess, intangible drilling cost of both, but depletion allowance for the smaller companies?
Again, depletion IDCs are already limited to the majors. So
limited to the minors.
No, I know. I was saying since it's already limited to the majors, the change here would have intuitively a relatively larger impact on the smaller
guys,
smaller companies,
if you will, decrease competition potentially. Let me ask about supply chain. I truly think that we need to lower our carbon intensity. My concern is carbon leakage, in that some policies would encourage the offshoring of carbon-intensive jobs to China, where they use coal as their feedstock 60% of the time, versus here where we use renewables and natural gas and others with a smaller intensity. So along these lines, does the bill contain any provisions that ensures a large company, say Nike, in the chairman's state, doesn't benefit from tax credits here in the United States while still emitting heavily internationally?
There's nothing in the legislation that prohibits trade or investment across borders. There are provisions in the MARC that would encourage domestic content to be eligible for a number of the incentives that are in the MARC.
But if a company was then shipping to international markets, we could have carbon leakage, where they would selectively build their manufacture more products for other markets besides the U.S. in a country like China, which again by itself has more greenhouse gas emissions than the rest of the OECD put together. So there's nothing to stop that from occurring in this bill, correct?
There's, again, as I said, there's nothing that prohibits investment abroad, which is...
Is it possible that Nike could use tax credits to decarbonize domestically while still increasing emissions globally? In a sense, if you will, that we're just paying Nike to emit elsewhere as opposed to the U.S.?
Well, I don't like to pick on any taxpayer by name. If you're saying, is it possible for a U.S. company which operates both in the United States and abroad to undertake carbon capture activities that would qualify under the bill in the United States, while also expanding their operations abroad and not do anything with respect to carbon capture abroad? Yes, that is possible. That is not precluded by the bill.
And is there anything in the bill that would encourage companies to decarbonize globally as opposed to that which we just described, which would support, if you will, carbon leakage?
The measures in terms of phase-outs of incentives are all based on domestic outcomes in terms of greenhouse gas emissions.
So put simply, they could still emit globally, even though even more so than they do company-wide, but they would just have carbon leakage of those emissions. I think that's a fair analysis of what you just said. Let me ask one more question. This current bill does not allow partial credit, I gather, for carbon intensity improvements. The 116th congressional version of this bill offered partial credits for carbon intensity improvements based on carbon capture retrofits. How does this change limit the ability of carbon capture to gain credit? So without the ability to have a partial credit, so I'm emitting here, I can't go to zero, but I can go to halfway down towards zero, or a quarter of the way down to zero. It's my understanding the current bill does not allow that partial credit. Although in previous versions of this legislation, it was allowed.
The chairman's mark, the code section 45Q, which creates a credit for carbon capture, the chairman's mark modifies present law so that there's not, it's not on a tonnage basis, but on a percentage basis. So I think the point that you're getting at, Senator, is at least partially achieved in the chairman's mark.
Okay, then I'll look at that. Thank you, sir, very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Colleagues, we're doing some speculating about kind of international economics. Here's a couple of hard facts. The 2017 bill made it attractive for American oil companies to do business overseas. That's a fact. The mark that we're going to be considering here, also a fact, gives incentives to anybody, renewable companies, fossil fuel companies, anybody, to reduce carbon in the United States. So those are the facts. Other questions? We had questions from the Republican side. Let's go to the Democratic side, and then we'll go to Senator Lankford in a moment. Colleagues on the Democratic side, questions? Okay, Senator Lankford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, you had put a study into the record earlier. Could I ask unanimous consent to put the EIAP study on the effects of percentage depletion being eliminated?
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you. Let me ask you a couple of questions, just trying to be able to track through. You had mentioned earlier that you're currently not looking at, in any sector, job losses in that sector, job gains. You just have a general statement of more of a macro sense. Is there any look at all in Title IV of the bill and what this would mean to jobs? Is there any glance even trying to figure out what that would mean to jobs?
We have not undertaken that analysis.
Title V either? There's no analysis on how many companies would be affected?
Have not done that, sir.
Is there any analysis on the cost to consumers for the cost of gasoline, natural gas, or home heating oil, if their price would increase, decrease, or stay the same under this bill?
As I noted earlier, we have not done an analysis of prices for products from different sectors. So no, the short answer is no.
Has there been any examination whether this would increase, if this would decrease production of oil and gas in the United States, would that increase imports into the United States of oil and gas?
Have not done that, although I'll note that that analysis is a little bit more complex because of the changes in potential fuel mix and fuel demand. If there's more electric vehicles, there's less demand for, potentially less demand for motor fuel gasoline, maybe more demand for electricity. So even if you produced less oil domestically, depending on that mix between, in terms of highway usage, it's not obvious that there's more imports.
Has there been a study of how many electric vehicles would come into the American market based on these tax changes and how quickly?
You mean imported electric vehicles?
No, just produced, used, driven by the American taxpayer. Less than 2% of the American people drive an electric vehicle at this point. 10 years from now, what percentage do you estimate will use an electric vehicle under this bill?
Well, as I noted, we do project that there'll be increasing purchases of electric vehicles. So let me talk with my colleagues who did the modeling, and I will follow up with what that would mean in terms of the impact on the passenger fleet.
So at this point, you don't have that number to be able to know what that
I do
would be.
not have that available at this time.
Is there a means test for the $12,500 for that credit to come? Is that under a certain income?
Again, the $12,500 is the maximum. The underlying credit's 30% of price of the vehicle. There's not a means test. The test in the chairman's modification is that a vehicle is ineligible for the credit if its manufacturer's suggested retail price exceeds $80,000.
Right, but
not an income.
Warren Buffett could get this credit to get his new vehicle the same as I could.
Yeah, that's correct.
Actually, I couldn't afford an $80,000 vehicle, but that's a whole different issue.
But that's correct, Senator.
So under this criteria, could you get a tax credit? It wouldn't be the $12,500, obviously, because there's another $2,500. If I recognize this correctly, there's an additional $2,500 credit if it's produced in a union facility rather than a non-union facility.
The $2,500 is what can get you up to the $12,500.
Correct, but it's $2,500 if it's produced in a union facility. Is that correct?
There's an extra bonus amount of $2,500 if it's produced in that facility. Yes.
Was there any analysis on the effect of worldwide carbon output if it's in a union facility or non-union facility?
No, sir, did not undertake that analysis.
So not sure why a non-union facility produces more carbon than a union facility, I guess, on that one. Let me ask, would you get the $7,500 tax credit if the vehicle was produced in China and shipped to the United States?
Under the terms of the mark, yes. There's the maximum amount of credit under present law is $7,500. And that can apply on any electric vehicle. There are bonus amounts in the mark for, as you noted, labor organization facilities and domestic content. So the $7,500 of present law is available for any vehicle, regardless of where it's manufactured. Also under the mark, the credit changes after 2025 to require domestic content, and I'd have to go back and double check what the maximum amount of the credit is after 2025.
Okay.
For the next couple of years, yes, you could buy a vehicle that was manufactured abroad and it would qualify.
How much of the new wind generation that has come online, let's say the last 5 years or so, is attributed to the availability of incentives?
Jay, I don't have an answer to your specific question about the last 5 years. There have been a number of economic studies that have looked at the effect of the wind production credit in encouraging increased investment at the margin. So that's the extra amount that you're talking about. We're projecting that because of the value of the credit, that over the budget window, I have it here in one of these notes, that approximately between 75 and 100 gigawatts of new wind capacity will come online due to the proposal, compared to baseline law, so that the induced effect of the proposal would be an additional 75 to 100 gigawatts.
Do you have an estimate of how many acres of land that is?
I have not been asked that question before, and no, I don't. I'm sorry.
That'd be one we'll try to be able to track down to find out how large that would be to be able, and how much land that would take to be able to do that. Let me ask just a couple more questions. Intangible drilling costs are obviously eliminated in this. Is that right now considered in the tax code ordinary business expense?
Yes, it is. And again, just to clarify, it's the current deduction for intangible drilling costs. The costs are still recoverable under the chairman's mark. They would be amortized and recovered over 60 months.
colleague.
Chairman, thank you.
Okay. I think we'd like to get to amendments pretty soon. Is there Senator Sass, who passed on an opening statement? Go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Barthold, thank you for your work. And I just want to clarify a few things. You answered some sub-pieces of this in response to Senator Langford just now and Senator Thune, but more broadly, I don't think I understand the supply side of the electric vehicles market as you're predicting it. So you've said that in the 10th year, you don't expect us to be at 50% of current year sales, but I don't think you've told us what share of the market you do expect to be electric vehicles in the 10th year.
And I do not have that at my fingertips, and I will work with my colleagues, and I will provide that information to all the members.
Okay. Can you tell us the domestic manufacturers of EVs today and foreign manufacturers of EVs today and how you see that changing over the course of the 10 years?
There's relative encouragement for domestic final assembly. So I think we would anticipate that compared to baseline activity, with absent the chairman's mark as modified, we'll see more production of U.S.-based electric vehicles. I don't have a projection of the amount that would come from Europe as opposed to Japan or Korea or anywhere else.
Will your model tell us eventually how much you think how much of the tax expenditure goes to China?
Can't answer that right now. I will have to get back. I will have to get back to you, and I will explain to the members our projections and what we think about domestic as opposed to foreign production.
Thanks. I'm new to the committee, but I don't understand how we know what the cap is on the tax expenditure in total if we don't know these numbers. So how do we I'm interested in the pieces of the tax expenditure that end up in the U.S. versus go abroad in general, but China in particular. But I also am obviously interested in entitlement spending for the taxpayers of tomorrow. What am I missing? How do you know how to score how big the expenditure line is here if we don't have a theory of how big the market is?
Well, there's what some of my colleagues know and what I've been able to retain and bring as sort of the sole point of contact, which is why I said I would get back and talk to my colleagues. In terms of the basics, in terms of electric vehicles, I mean, we have looked at what the growth of electric vehicles is. We've consulted with private sources in terms of projection of vehicle growth, vehicle pricing, what manufacturers claim they have, on the drawing boards as opposed to near engineering, as opposed to starting to bring online. And then we look at, well, if we make it even cheaper, what has been consumer response to buying, vehicles of this sort when they're cheaper. And so we're looking at projections of who's doing what, when it might be available in the market, what has been past experience when it's been in the market, and how might the value of the credit change the pricing, and so change my demand choice between an electric vehicle and some other vehicle. That's the basis of the modeling. So embedded in that is an assessment of the point you're asking about domestic versus foreign. I don't know if we have details broken down as finely by different country of origin.
Thanks.
We will respond to and provide the response to all the members on the committee.
And last one for me. When will we know the top line expenditure number, tax expenditure number in your model? You said you're going to get back to us. When would we?
Well, we have the estimate that's on the table, which is in JCX 29, which you have before you, is the top line. That's our estimate of how it will affect receipts. What I do not have available right now, which is reflective of my inadequacy, is I don't have a detailed breakdown to answer some of the questions that you have just addressed. And I will try to get some of that detail as much as I can to you and the other members on the committee.
Thank you, sir.
We'll have Senator Stabenow with questions, and Senator Carper asked for 3 minutes to speak, and then we'll see if there are any additional on the other side.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I want to clarify the credit because this is, I think, important to understand the consumer tax credit. And I also just want to clarify, to our knowledge, and I follow this very, very closely, there are currently no Chinese vehicles being shipped to the United States for sale, nor would I support that. Zero. So now other countries, Europe, other places, but not China. But on the EV tax credit, the first 5 years, and this is as the person who wrote this, I just want to clarify this. We are talking about the basic $7,500 credit plus an additional $2,500 if it's a final assemblies in the United States, an additional $2,500 if, in fact, it is in a union facility. Second 5 years, no credit for anything that is not having final assembly in the United States, starting in the second 5 years. So it'd be $10,000 if it's in the United States, assembled in the United States. The additional $2,500 for a union facility would be on top of it. So, as much as I would love to have most of the facilities being a union shop right now, it's about 15%. So, just for members. But I do think it's important to make it clear that after the first 5 years, the only vehicles that would be able to get any credit would be those with final assembly in the United States. And the other thing I would just comment, because I think it's important in the discussion, is that I personally believe that the 10-year window is enough. And, you know, if I'm here at that time, this is to phase us out. I don't believe it should be extended. We have about 2% of the market right now. The market analysis says that we need to get to about 10% before the market begins to drive down the price on its own. And so from my perspective, you know, this is a one-time investment. And as much as I'd love to get to the 50% in the bill, you know, if we don't get there, I think we will be far enough along for the market to drive it after that point. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank my colleague. Next will be Senator Carper, and then will be Senator Young. There he is. Yes.
Thanks very much. Mr. Chairman, I mentioned earlier today that this morning, thanks to the good work of people like Ben Cardin, Sheldon Whitehouse, Sally Capito, Debbie Stabenow, and other members of the Environment and Public Works Committee reported out unanimously surface transportation legislation for a 5-year bill, and we're excited about that. It has a carbon title as well as some significance. And we did it on a bipartisan basis. This committee has the opportunity to do the same thing. This committee has the opportunity to do the same thing, and my hope, that's my goal, is to do that. And a lot of people thought we couldn't report a bill out of our EPW committee unanimously. So Senator Barrasso is sitting over there. He's the former chairman of our committee. In the last Congress, he provided the leadership that enabled us to do the same thing. Reported out a bill unanimously, 5-year reauthorization with a climate title, first time ever climate title. And I just want to say my hope is that we can sort of use that is an example of what we can accomplish when we work together on some difficult issues. I just got news today, just heard like 30 minutes ago, we're talking about what GM's doing, what other auto companies are doing. Ford has just announced that today that they expect by 2030, 40% of all their vehicles will be electric-powered vehicles. And GM's already on record saying half. In fact, they're not going to sell any or build any diesel or gasoline-powered vehicles by 2035. And which reminds me of John Barrasso and I love to use music lyrics to sort of weave them into our statements. And he's heard me say a million times, something's happening here, just what it is ain't exactly clear. And that was when I was talking about, you know, what's happening in Iowa when half their crops are flattening, or Louisiana, they're losing a football field of land every 100 minutes. the Gulf of Mexico. But something else is happening here. Something else is happening. The technology in these vehicles is getting better and better and better. First time I ever drove an electric-powered vehicle was a Chevrolet Volt, and it was 10 years ago. It got 38 miles on a charge. My wife and I put a down payment on a Tesla Y the other day, and it gets 326 miles on a charge. These vehicles are fun to drive, and that's an intangible a lot of people aren't thinking about. I love to drive a car, and a lot of us still do. And boy, they're fun to drive. And you set aside the fact that less maintenance, set aside the fact that they're just cool-looking vehicles. They are just fun. And the market is moving. Market forces are taking us there. And the question is how can we use our policy in terms of tax policy to kind of aid and abet that? And I sure hope we can do that. It's important that we do. Last thing I'd say, I'm a native of West Virginia. My native state, and you can ask Shelley Capito, you can ask Joe Manchin as well, our native state is in terrible shape. And they are a fossil economy, coal, natural gas. They are hurting, dying on the vine in some places. And we have to keep in mind the folks that are hurting like that because of our movement away from fossil fuels to electric and clean hydrogen and stuff, and find ways to reach back and help those people. Help the people in those native states and those that are being displaced. And that's an important thing for us to do. So let me just say, this is a glass half full deal. This is a glass half full deal. And we have to be smart enough, Democrats and Republicans working together, to make sure that we do this right. And I'm encouraged after today's markup to say, you know, I think we can. What was it that Henry Ford used to say? He used to say, if you think you can, you think you can't, you're right. I think we can, and I think we must. Thank you.
Well, Senator Carper, thank you so much. We're a few hours in, and I think you've captured what, to me, is the most important thought of this discussion. And I will just tell colleagues there is so much to work with here in terms of a bipartisan approach. Senator Crapo, who sits next to me, has a bill with Sheldon Whitehouse that for all practical purposes is exactly the same kind of concept we're talking about here. It is tech neutral. It is free market. It is promoting innovation. And most importantly, it says everybody gets to play. If you're in the fossil fuel business and you want to do carbon capture, you can have at it under this. You can enjoy the incentives. If you're in the renewable side, same thing. So thank you very much, Senator Carper, for kind of sounding the clarion call for bipartisanship here, because I think this is within our grasp. I mean, I think every one of us knows that this crazy quilt, this hodgepodge of tax breaks that basically sets up all these fiscal cliffs, and I'll tell you, colleagues, some of them over the years had a shelf life that was barely as long as a carton of eggs. It's ridiculous. It's not providing certainty and predictability. And I know that's what Senator Cassidy wants, because he and I have talked about it. So I think we got a long night ahead of us. But what we ought to do is keep in mind what Tom Carper is talking about in terms of the possibility for bipartisanship. And I think there's an opportunity to get it. And Senator Young, have at it.
Mr. Barthold, it's good to see you again, sir. I'm grateful to all of you for being here today. A number of my colleagues have already asked a number of great questions, made some important observations, clarifying the impact of this bill on American consumers as well as our reliance on foreign countries like China for energy sources. Unfortunately, I don't believe the Wyden approach anywhere approaches realizing what we need to do to maintain our energy stability and to build off of that incredible natural resource. I think it misses the mark in a number of ways. Mr. Barthold, in its current form, let's assume the bill advances as currently drafted, including the provisions pertaining to the production tax credit and the energy investment tax credit. Can you tell me, sir, how this will impact baseload energy sources? And a very related question, as you know, is how will this impact grid reliability, knowing that a very small proportion of our country's overall energy reliance currently is contributed by renewable sources?
Senator Young, when you say base load, I assume that you're talking about traditional large power plants, which would be
coal,
natural gas, and nuclear.
Yes, indeed,
in a number of cases. The legislation provides incentives for production of alternative forms of electricity that would be supplied to the grid, wind, solar, for example, geothermal. It is also possible under the tests for greenhouse gas emission that nuclear facilities could qualify, or that coal or gas could qualify if they meet reduction standards. So they're not automatically precluded. But set that one thought aside for a second. Depending upon the growth in overall energy demand, let's say there is no growth in energy demand, in electricity demand, then you would expect relatively a displacement of some of the what you've called the base load facilities by the new facilities that are encouraged, the solar, the wind, the geothermal. The mark also, to your point on grid reliability, extends the investment tax credit to grid, to interconnection, the concept of microgrid in the case of distributed power, and you would probably attribute improved grid reliability to those investments. So it's a complicated question.
Well, actually, it strikes me as something that can be simplified. Your initial assumption, the predicate you laid, was if energy consumption remains constant. I don't believe it will remain constant. That strikes me as an improbable assumption. So you've no doubt done projections that factor in higher energy consumption as we continue to use electronics and so forth. Or maybe it's lower. Maybe you've come up with projections based on just incredible efficiencies that are to be realized. But let's assume it's higher. Let's assume it's higher, because I think we should be cautious and conservative as we make these public policy changes. What would be the impact on grid reliability under that scenario, sir?
Well, the reason I suggested let's pretend that there's no change was just to show the potential displacement of one set of power sources by another set of power sources. If electricity consumption is in fact growing modestly or rapidly, there can still be relative displacement. And if electricity demand is growing, then you actually have more strain on the existing grid. Set aside the sources of the electricity going into the grid, and that is one aspect of expansion of investment incentive provided in the chairman's mark relative to present law, in that investments in the grid, improvements in grid reliability, are eligible for the investment tax credit. So again, it's
all right, sir.
Difficult to say what the qualitative effect is.
A lot to ask here, and I'm grateful for the answer. One narrower question. In your opinion, are the credits in the bill, as written, best suited to enable new technologies to reach their fruition and to be fully developed and to benefit their development? Or is your understanding that only existing technologies will benefit from these credits?
You qualify for the production credit and investment credits based on a goal of reducing greenhouse gases, whatever the technology is that does that. So it can be a windmill that uses current technology. Could be somebody comes up with a new idea to get even more energy, an even better wind turbine, or something completely different. It can qualify if it can establish that it meets the greenhouse gas emissions test.
Thank you,
it's
sir.
not. That's I would say a key point in the mark is that it tries not to identify specific types of equipment or a specific technology, but rather says anything qualifies if it meets this test.
If I could
thank you, sir.
Just add to this point, colleague, we added the White House proposal, which includes what's called nascent technology, so that you're specifically talking about what you correctly say is so important, which is new and innovative approaches, and the nascent technology provision, which Senator Whitehouse deserves credit for, is in the modified mark. Colleagues, any other questions? Pardon me? Yes. 3 cheers for Michael Bennett as well. Any other questions, or we're going to get to the amendment process? Colleagues? No more questions on amendments. All right. Excuse me, no more questions, Mr. Barthold. And now we're going to go through the queue, and the amendment queue consists of Cornyn Amendment 3, Barrasso Amendment 2, Toomey Amendment 5, Cassidy Amendment 1, Grassley Amendment 2, Thune Amendment 2, Lankford Amendment 1, Daines Amendment 1, and when Democratic colleagues are here, there will be Cantwell 2 and Cardin 2. All right, Senator Cornyn, Amendment 3.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to call up Cornyn Amendment 3. This requires that prior to the implementation of this bill, that the Treasury Secretary must certify that Chinese-produced electric vehicles will not be eligible for the EV tax credit. The Chairman's mark expands and extends the current EV tax credit by, among other things, eliminating the manufacturer's cap, making it refundable for individuals, thereby providing billions of dollars in additional subsidies for electric vehicles. This committee, as you know, recently held a hearing called the Made in America Effect of the U.S. Tax Code on Domestic Manufacturing. And as members of the committee know, the full Senate is currently considering a piece of legislation called the Endless Frontiers Act. This legislation would help improve American supply chains and remain competitive in today's global economy. I'm afraid that while the full Senate is making progress with improving U.S. competitiveness, the bill before this committee would subsidize Chinese electric vehicles who are looking to sell these electric cars here in the United States. As I said at the outset, I believe in all of the above. Energy policy is best, and but we also, as part of that, welcome companies like Tesla, who recently announced they're making $1 billion investment in their next gigafactory in Austin. But we know China is competing against us not only in terms of economics, but in terms of national security. Therefore, the last thing we need to do is to subsidize the People's Republic of China and the Chinese Communist Party when it comes to trying to sell their electric vehicles here in the United States, and take advantage of the taxpayer with the generous subsidies that exist in law and which are proposed under the chairman's mark. So this is something that everyone on the committee, Republican and Democrat, should be able to agree on, no matter your views on the EV credit. I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I thank my colleague. And colleagues, I am going to accept the Cornyn amendment here. I don't believe the amendment is necessary. And to be clear, the Finance Committee has never done more to ensure that there is manufacturing in America with this bill, because the incentives are clearly tied to the United States. But I'm prepared to accept this. I know my colleague from Michigan would like to speak on this, and let us hear from her now.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think this is really a great way to start the committee in terms of working together on a bipartisan basis. I support the amendment. China has spent more than $100 billion to subsidize their EVs. There's no reason why they need to get U.S. incentives or U.S. taxpayer money. And in fact, I would like very much to be added as a co-sponsor of the amendment, Mr. Chairman.
All right.
I would be added as a co-sponsor.
Without objection, Senator Stabenow is added. And unless other colleagues wish to weigh in, the question is on the amendment offered by Senator Cornyn. A roll call vote has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Stabenow.
Aye.
Ms. Stabenow, aye. Ms. Cantwell.
Aye by proxy.
Ms. Cantwell, aye by proxy. Mr. Menendez. Aye. Mr. Menendez, aye. Mr. Carper.
Aye by proxy.
Mr. Carper, aye by proxy. Mr. Cardin. Mr. Cardin, aye. Mr. Brown? Mr. Brown, aye. Mr. Bennett?
Aye.
Mr. Bennett, aye. Mr. Casey? Mr. Casey, aye. Mr. Warner?
Aye by proxy.
Mr. Warner, aye by proxy. Mr. Whitehouse? Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Ms. Hassan? Ms. Hassan, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto? Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Ms. Warren? Ms. Warren, aye. Mr. Crapo? Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Grassley? Mr. Grassley, aye by proxy. Mr. Cornyn?
Aye.
Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Thune? Mr. Thune, aye by proxy. Mr. Burr? Aye by proxy. Mr. Burr, aye by proxy. Mr. Portman? Mr. Portman, aye. Mr. Toomey? Mr. Toomey, aye. Mr. Scott?
Aye by proxy.
Aye by proxy. Mr. Scott, aye by proxy. Mr. Cassidy? Aye. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Langford? Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Daines? Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Young? Aye by proxy. Mr. Young, aye by proxy. Mr. Sass? Aye. Mr. Sass, aye. Mr. Barrasso? Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mr. Chairman?
Aye, and I think Senator Cantwell would like to.
Ms. Cantwell, aye.
The clerk will report the vote.
Mr. Chairman, the final tally is 26 ayes, 0 nays.
The amendment is agreed to. We're on to Barrasso number 2.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to call up Barrasso Amendment number 2, an amendment to keep energy costs low for Americans, co-sponsored by Senators Crapo, Langford, and Daines. This amendment would strike Title V from the bill, that is all the fossil fuel revenue raisers. Mr. Chairman, I believe raising taxes on America's fossil energy industry is going to destroy our energy independence. It's going to raise energy costs for families, and it's going to destroy the jobs of thousands of American workers. Title V of the bill specifically targets the livelihood of thousands of American workers, many in my home state of Wyoming, and these are people that keep the country running. Title V of the bill would result in higher energy prices for all of our constituents. Title V of this bill strengthens the economic power of the governments of China, Venezuela, Iran, and Russia. By striking Title V in its entirety, this amendment would strike these taxes from the bill. I urge members of the committee to join in supporting this American energy independence, supporting American workers, their families, and all of our communities, and I request a roll call vote.
Clerk, I wish to speak against this amendment, and we'll have a roll call vote. By incentivizing clean energy and moving toward a clean energy future, this bill is going to reduce energy costs for American consumers. What the bill does is it repeals all industry-specific breaks and then moves to a free market, innovation-oriented system. The oil and gas breaks are 100 years old. It is clearly time for a more modern system. The chairman's mark ensures that small businesses and people earning less than $400,000 do not pay more. Oil and gas companies would still be able to take any business tax deductions that are generally available to all businesses, like ordinary business expenses and depreciation. Only special, industry-specific benefits are being replaced. I urge a no vote, and let's have the clerk call the roll.
Ms. Stabenow?
No.
Ms. Stabenow, no. Ms. Cantwell? No. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Menendez? No. Mr. Menendez, no. Mr. Carper?
No by proxy.
Mr. Carper, no by proxy. Mr. Cardin? Mr. Cardin, no. Mr. Brown? Mr. Brown, no. Mr. Bennett?
Nope.
Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Casey? No. Mr. Casey, no. Mr. Warner?
No by proxy.
Mr. Warner, no by proxy. Mr. Whitehouse? Mr. Whitehouse, no. Ms. Hassan? Ms. Hassan, no. Ms. Cortez Masto? Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Ms. Warren? No. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Crapo?
Aye.
Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Grassley?
Aye by proxy.
Mr. Grassley, aye by proxy. Mr. Cornyn? Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Thune?
Aye by proxy.
Mr. Thune, aye by proxy. Mr. Burr?
Aye by proxy.
Mr. Burr, aye by proxy. Mr. Portman?
Aye.
Mr. Portman, aye. Mr. Toomey?
Aye.
Mr. Toomey, aye. Mr. Scott?
Aye by proxy.
Mr. Scott, aye by proxy. Mr. Cassidy? Aye. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Langford?
Aye.
Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Daines? Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Young?
Aye by proxy.
Mr. Young, aye by proxy. Mr. Sass? Mr. Sass, aye. Mr. Barrasso? Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Chairman votes no.
Clerk will report the vote.
Mr. Chairman, the final tally is 14 ayes, 14 nays.
A vote resulting in a tie, the amendment is not agreed to. The next amendment is Toomey number 5.
Mr. Chairman, I will call up Toomey Amendment number 5 and ask for its immediate consideration.
Senator Toomey, please proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Colleagues, my amendment is a narrower version of Senator Barrasso's in the sense that it seeks only to preserve the current treatment for intangible drilling costs, and I would urge its adoption. The fact is, America's energy renaissance has been a game changer and has led to the dramatic reduction in CO2 emissions that we have experienced. Since 2019, the U.S. became a net energy exporter for the first time. In 2019, we became a net energy exporter for the first time since 1952. We became the third largest exporter of liquefied natural gas, and as gas replaced coal as the fuel for America's power plants, CO2 emissions have actually declined. In fact, in 2019, the U.S. led the world in reducing energy-related CO2 emissions. In 2019, U.S. CO2 emissions declined to the lowest level since the first Bush presidency, 1992, and the lowest per capita level since 1950. U.S. greenhouse gas emissions were approximately 20% lower than the 2005 levels, and this was driven by the steady emission reductions in the country's power sector. The U.S. is on track to actually meet Paris Agreement targets. Power sector CO2 emissions in 2020 were over 50% lower than what the Department of Energy projected in 2005. It's because natural gas has overtaken coal as the country's primary fuel source. CO2 emissions have plummeted, and consumer energy savings have been terrific. Since 2008, wholesale energy prices in Pennsylvania have fallen over 40%, and natural gas prices have come down over 50%. Yet, if you look at the legislation before us today, you'd think that natural gas played no role in these tremendous environmental successes. It wasn't enough to just create and expand an array of subsidies for politically favored sources of energy, but in this legislation, our colleagues go further and actually repeal deductions for ordinary business expenses, including for the natural gas industry. This seemingly punitive measure can only stifle investment in the natural gas industry and curtail production. Similar to capital investments, research and development costs, wage expenses, intangible drilling costs, which consist of costs such as wages, supplies, survey work, and ground clearing to prepare wells for production. These are ordinary, necessary business expense. And just as I support full and immediate expensing for capital expenditures, I believe these costs should be eligible for immediate write-off as they are currently allowed. Capital expenditures, which were historically depreciated over time, are now immediately expensed, so factory equipment, technology upgrades, building improvements, and the ability to expense these things lowers the overall after-tax cost of making the investment. A lower cost means more investment. More investment means more worker productivity, higher wages for workers. The policy that I'm advocating aligns the tax deduction with when the business actually pays the cash. Disallowing the option to immediately write off intangible drilling costs could sharply decrease U.S. production and investment in natural gas, raise energy prices, decrease wages, decrease economic growth, and slow down the progress we're making in CO2 emissions. Why would we want to do that? Not only that, but there's virtually no cost to the government to my amendment, because since this is a legitimate business expense, the intangible drilling costs, a company will be able to expense it. It's just a question of whether they can expense it in the year in which they incur the cost, or if they have to stretch it out over 5 years. It's a timing shift. And I don't know why we would want to raise energy prices, slow down economic growth, and actually reduce the rate at which we're improving our CO2 emissions. I don't know why we would want to do that. We can correct that by adopting my amendment, and I ask for a roll call vote.
Before we go to that, let me state my opposition. And colleagues, this is basically a redo of the amendment offered by our colleague from Wyoming, and it is flawed for essentially the exact reasons that I gave before. The Clean Energy for America Act repeals all industry-specific breaks, all of them, ALL, all of them. Now, the oil and gas breaks are 100 years old, and it just seems to me that the tax code, both with respect to the law and the way we think about it, it's time to at least move it into this century. So that's what we're doing. with the Clean Energy for America Act, the chairman's mark ensures that small businesses and people earning less than $400,000 do not pay more. As stated before, oil and gas companies would still be able to take any business tax deductions that are generally available to all businesses, like ordinary business expenses and depreciation. Only these special industry-specific benefits are being replaced. A roll call has been requested by Senator Toomey. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Stabenow.
No.
Ms. Stabenow, no. Ms. Cantwell. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Menendez, no. Mr. Carper. Mr. Carper, no. Mr. Cardin. Mr. Cardin, no. Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown, no. Mr. Bennett.
No.
Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Casey. Mr. Casey, no. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Ms. Hassan. Ms. Hassan, no. Ms. Cortez Masto. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Ms. Warren. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Crapo.
Aye.
Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Grassley.
Aye.
Mr. Grassley, aye by proxy. Mr. Cornyn. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Thune.
Aye.
Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Burr.
Aye by proxy.
Mr. Burr, aye by proxy. Mr. Portman.
Aye.
Mr. Portman, aye. Mr. Toomey.
Aye.
Mr. Toomey, aye. Mr. Scott.
Aye by proxy.
Mr. Scott, aye by proxy. Mr. Cassidy. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Langford. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Daines. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Young.
Aye by proxy.
Mr. Young, aye by proxy. Mr. Sass. Mr. Sass, aye. Mr. Brasso. Mr. Brasso, aye. Mr. Chairman.
No.
Chairman votes no.
The clerk will report the vote.
Mr. Chairman, the final tally is 14 ayes, 14 nays.
The vote resulting in a tie, the amendment's not agreed to. Our next amendment is, let's just get our cue out. Senator Cassidy, 1.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is an amendment to the Clean Electricity Production Credit to require net zero manufactured components. You know, I just got a note from my friend Sheldon Whitehouse saying, let's get serious about climate change. And I thought, right on, Sheldon, I agree with you totally. And when I see legislation like this, in which there frankly is encouraged carbon leakage, I think, but this is not serious. And we can see recently that China, again, their emissions are more than the rest of the OECD put together. And I forget if it's 25 or 35% of those emissions are related to the export market. Clearly, there's carbon leakage. So this amendment will require that in order to be eligible for the Clean Electricity Production Credit, all components used in the construction of wind turbines, solar cells, and energy storage technology must be manufactured or mined using goods produced in a net zero emissions manner as verified by the EPA. By the way, there are studies showing that the life cycle emissions in both the mining of the lithium used to make the batteries and then the mining and then the manufacturing of the batteries in China, which uses coal primarily as a feedstock, almost completely offsets its environmental advantage as regards decreased emissions. So if the stated goal of this bill is to incentivize clean resources, and to that end, this bill requires that there must be zero emissions from electricity generation to access credit, and it draws the confines of these considerations in a way which severely disadvantages carbon capture technologies and geothermal technologies while ignoring the life cycle emissions from renewable energy and energy storage. Just doesn't make sense. I hope it's a drafting error, but I suspect, unfortunately, it's not. I mention that because carbon capture and geothermal are expressly named by every reputable climate study, including the IPCC 1.5 degrees Celsius report, as vital for achieving climate goals, and writing a statute that benefits one technology over the other is the opposite of what this bill claims to do. So all my amendment does is fix this hope for oversight and require that in order to be eligible for the Clean Electricity Production Credit, we consider the life cycle. All components used in the construction of wind turbines, solar cells, and energy storage technology must be manufactured or mined using goods produced in a net zero emission manner as verified by the EPA if we're concerned about global climate, global greenhouse gas emissions, we should do something about the carbon leakage. With that, Mr. Chair, I know I have your support.
Right. I oppose this. I think my colleague is not surprised about it. But apart from everything else, my colleague is saying that all this should be verified by the EPA, which, of course, the Senate Finance Committee has zero jurisdiction over. And the reality is this is an amendment that would kill the entire bill, block the progress that we've been talking about, block the effort, as Senator Crapo and I have both come out for, of tech-neutral, free market, pro-innovation kind of policy for the 21st century. I urge colleagues to vote no. And I think my colleague asked for a roll call vote.
Please.
Yeah, a roll call vote's been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Stabenow.
No.
Ms. Stabenow, no. Ms. Cantwell. No. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Menendez. No. Mr. Menendez, no. Mr. Carper. No. Mr. Carper, no. Mr. Gordon. No. Mr. Gordon, no. Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown, no. Mr. Bennett.
No.
Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Casey. No. Mr. Casey, no. Mr. Warner. No. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Ms. Hassan. Ms. Hassan, no. Ms. Cortez Masto. No. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Ms. Warren. No. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Crapo.
Aye.
Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Grassley.
I pass for now.
Mr. Cornyn.
Aye.
Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Thune.
Aye.
Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Burr.
Aye by proxy.
Mr. Burr, aye by proxy. Mr. Portman.
Aye by proxy.
Mr. Portman, aye by proxy. Mr. Toomey.
Aye.
Mr. Toomey, aye. Mr. Scott.
Aye by proxy.
Mr. Scott, aye by proxy. Mr. Cassidy.
Aye.
Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Langford. Aye. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Daines. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Young.
Aye by proxy.
Mr. Young, aye by proxy. Mr. Sass.
Aye.
Mr. Sass, aye. Mr. Brasso. Mr. Brasso, aye. Mr. Chairman.
No.
Chairman votes no. Mr. Grassley.
Grassley votes aye.
Mr. Grassley, aye.
Clerk will report the vote.
Mr. Chairman, the final tally is 14 ayes, 14 nays.
The vote resulting in tie, the amendment is not agreed to. The next amendment is Grassley 2.
First of all, Mr. Chairman, I need to thank you because you included part of this amendment in your modified version, so I thank you very much for that. The information reporting will help address shortcomings of the TIJA identified in the IRS's ability to identify fraudulent claims of the credit. However, a key component of the amendment concerned retaining the per manufacturer cap on the EV credit. We shouldn't lift the cap when the IRS has yet to prove it can effectively administer the credit. Second, lifting the cap would primarily benefit a single company that has proven it can compete with no credit. Tesla has established market dominance and is by far the most valuable car manufacturer in the world in terms of market capitalization. And with Tesla's vehicles zooming off the showroom floor, there's no reason for taxpayers to pad that company's pockets. There's also no reason to provide a windfall to wealthy individuals who are willing to shell out $79,000 for an EV without any subsidy. So I urge all my members to vote to adopt the amendment.
Thank you, Senator Grassley. Just going to make a couple of quick comments. I'm opposed to the Grassley amendment. We'll have a roll call vote per our colleague's request, and I'm going to yield to Senator Stabenow. Senator Grassley's thoughtful ideas about information reporting to prevent improper payments have been incorporated into the mark. What I can't support is a per manufacturer cap on electric vehicles. That kind of cap would significantly slow the growth of electric vehicles, and they, in my view, are critical to reducing carbon emissions in the transportation sector. And I think we all understand the transportation sector is responsible for nearly 30% of emissions in this country. So to me, it shouldn't be policy for the Finance Committee to be putting unreasonable restrictions on consumer choice or making electric vehicles far more expensive. And let's hear from our colleague from Michigan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I also would oppose this amendment. We know that the transportation sector is the largest source of greenhouse gas emissions, and if we're serious about tackling the climate crisis, we have to be big and bold, and that is what is in the underlying bill. It's interesting to me listening to the debates and the amendments because clearly our colleagues on the other side of the aisle want very much to maintain the status quo on fossil fuel production and the current tax advantages there, as opposed to looking at where we need to go together to create jobs in a new clean energy economy that's going to tackle what is the existential threat right now. In fact, there's severe weather right outside we just all got noticed about that's not an accident, that one more time it's one thing after another on severity of what is happening as a result of carbon pollution and what's happening in the atmosphere. And so if we're serious about it, the underlying bill is the way to proceed in a robust way, and the credit will end in 10 years or sooner, depending on the marketplace. And to me, that makes the kind of long-term commitment that the industry needs as they're moving forward. I would ask for a no vote.
A roll call has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Stabenow?
No.
Ms. Stabenow, no. Ms. Cantwell?
No.
Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Menendez? No. Mr. Menendez, no. Mr. Carper? No. Mr. Carper, no. Mr. Cardin? No. Mr. Cardin, no. Mr. Brown? No. Mr. Brown, no. Mr. Bennett?
No.
Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Casey? No. Mr. Casey, no. Mr. Warner? No. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Whitehouse? No. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Ms. Hassan? No. Ms. Hassan, no. Ms. Cortez Masto? Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Ms. Warren? No. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Crapo?
Aye.
Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Grassley?
Aye.
Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. Cornyn? Aye. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Thune? Aye. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Burr?
Aye, by proxy.
Mr. Burr, aye by proxy. Mr. Portman?
Aye, by proxy.
Mr. Portman, aye by proxy. Mr. Toomey?
Aye.
Mr. Toomey, aye. Mr. Scott?
Aye, by proxy.
Mr. Scott, aye by proxy. Mr. Cassidy? Aye. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Langford? Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Daines? Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Young?
Aye, by proxy.
Mr. Young, aye by proxy. Mr. Sass? Mr. Sass, aye. Mr. Brasso? Mr. Brasso, aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Chairman votes no.
Clerk will report the vote.
Mr. Chairman, the final tally is 14 ayes, 14 nays.
The vote resulting in a tie, the amendment is not agreed to. Our next amendment will be a Thune 2.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to discuss the Thune Amendment number 2 and request a roll call vote. This amendment would delay the effective date of the clean electricity credits in the chairman's mark until the administration certifies that the average permitting time for electricity projects over 50 megawatts is not greater than 3 years. Colleagues, the arduous permitting process is one of the primary reasons holding up American energy investment. Multi-year permitting delays do not incentivize investment, and they block otherwise shovel-ready projects from becoming a reality. Delays also add to the cost of each project to the tune of 20 to 30% per project. And I would add that canceling the Keystone XL pipeline, which endured a decade of permitting and was already underway, does not instill confidence that even approved projects are safe. And by the way, Keystone XL would be paired with $1.7 billion of private investment in renewable energy, the very same projects that we are discussing today. Energy technologies are trending toward efficiency, but 5+ years permitting delays in grid connection studies, and a tangle of federal regulations are significant obstacles to bringing the energy technologies that we're discussing today online. So I would ask my colleagues that before we award billions and billions of dollars of taxpayer money in the tax credits that are proposed today, that we first address a real hurdle to modernizing our grid and bringing new energy technologies online, and that is a broken and burdensome permitting process. I would ask for a roll call vote and encourage my colleagues to vote yes.
Senator Thune, thank you for giving us a chance to explain where we are. This involves EPA, so I think it's important that the chairman of the committee that deals with EPA have a chance to make his comments.
Yeah, thanks so much. Let me say to the our colleague who's offering the amendment. I'd like to work with you on this, and we reported out our service transportation bill today. It had a number of provisions where we actually made changes in permitting, and it's something that we worked out on a bipartisan basis, and to do the right thing, I think environmentally, but also to use some common sense as well, and good judgment, and we found common ground, and I would if we could do it there, we might be able to do it here. And I'm not going to object or claim that we somehow have jurisdiction and this is, stay out of our jurisdictional garden. But I think this might be an area for some further discussion, and I'd welcome that. In fact, some of the amendments have been offered today. I'm sitting here thinking, well, maybe we could talk about these a little bit more and find some common ground. So I would just offer that. Can't support you today with this particular version, but it's worth a further conversation. Maybe we could pray over it.
Colleagues, I'm urging a no vote now, but I am very much in favor of Senator Carper and Senator Thune continuing these talks, because as we've touched on in a number of these areas, I think with a long reach, Senator Thune and I are 6'4", there's a shot here at catching some of this. So I hope my colleagues will vote against this, but I encourage the talks that have been discussed. A roll call vote's been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Stabenow.
No by proxy.
Ms. Stabenow, no by proxy. Ms. Cantwell.
No.
Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Menendez.
No.
Mr. Menendez, no. Mr. Carper.
No.
Mr. Carper, no. Mr. Cardin.
No.
Mr. Cardin, no. Mr. Brown. No. Mr. Brown, no. Mr. Bennett.
No.
Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Casey. No. Mr. Casey, no. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Ms. Hassan. Ms. Hassan, no. Ms. Cortez Masto. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Ms. Warren. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Crapo.
Aye.
Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Grassley.
Aye.
Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. Cornyn. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Thune. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Burr.
Aye by proxy.
Mr. Burr, aye by proxy. Mr. Portman.
Aye by proxy.
Mr. Portman, aye by proxy. Mr. Toomey. Mr. Toomey, aye. Mr. Scott.
Aye by proxy.
Mr. Scott, aye by proxy. Mr. Cassidy. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Langford. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Daines. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Young.
Aye by proxy.
Mr. Young, aye by proxy. Mr. Sass. Mr. Sass, aye. Mr. Brasso. Mr. Brasso, aye. Mr. Chairman.
No.
Chairman
Clerk will
votes no.
report. Clerk will report the vote.
Mr. Chairman, the final tally is 14 ayes, 14 nays.
The vote resulting in a tie, the amendment is not agreed to. The next amendment in the queue is Langford 1.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I'd like to call up Amendment 1. This amendment deals with the reliability of our power grid. There are several folks in this room that have experienced either rolling blackouts or times of loss of electricity due to lack of reliability at moments when I've talked about before, in peak moments, when it's the hottest, when it's the coldest. Those are challenges. Those are also safety issues. When it gets very cold and very hot, we have serious safety issues. We also have folks that are on oxygen. If they lose power for extended periods of time, that's a very big issue for them. And so this is a very basic question. This is asking the question, if we are going to implement some of these tax credits, we need to certify that adding these tax credits will not change the reliability of our electricity grid. This is a big issue. I would tell you, in Oklahoma, we've experienced this. It wasn't that long ago, 10 years ago, half of our power was done by coal. That's not true anymore. Now it's less than 10%. Now 40% of our power is done by wind. As you might have heard from our song, you're welcome to sing it with me, "The Wind Comes Sweeping Down the Plain." We have a lot of wind power in our state. And as an oil and gas state, as many people call us the oil and gas state, the preponderance of our power is renewable. And quite frankly, I would set our energy mix in my state against any other state in this room, any state in this room, for what we do for renewable power. But we also want our power to be reliable. I don't think that should be just set aside. So this simple amendment says, let's make sure before we do this, knowing this, if we provide incentives, people run towards the incentives. If you tax it more, you get less of it, which is what this does. If you give incentives to things, people push that capital that direction, and at some point we get out of balance. This is not trying to be hostile. This is trying to protect ourselves from ourselves. If we over-incentivize one direction and we lose our base power, those rolling blackouts will land right here. So let's just check it before we head that direction. That's all that this is.
Colleagues, I'm opposed to this. Again, this is asking the Senate Finance Committee to go where we have no jurisdiction. It sets up basically an impossible threshold. We would have to wait around until the Department of Energy certifies this particular solution that our colleague from Oklahoma is talking about. And I think the grid reliability issue is a serious one. I sit on the Energy Committee. I chaired it. I've introduced legislation. Be happy to work with my colleague on it. But this particular amendment will dramatically delay our progress towards a clean energy future. I urge a no vote. I think my colleague asked for a roll call.
I did.
Was that correct? Roll call has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Stabenow.
No by proxy.
Ms. Stabenow, no by proxy. Ms. Cantwell.
No.
Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Menendez.
No.
Mr. Menendez, no. Mr. Carper. Mr. Carper, no. Mr. Cardin. Mr. Cardin, no. Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown, no. Mr. Bennett.
Nope.
Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Casey. Mr. Casey, no. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Ms. Hassan. Ms. Hassan, no. Ms. Cortez Masto. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Ms. Warren. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Crapo.
Aye.
Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Grassley.
Pass.
Mr. Grassley, pass. Mr. Cornyn.
Aye.
Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Thune. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Burr.
Aye by proxy.
Mr. Burr, aye by proxy. Mr. Portman.
Aye by proxy.
Mr. Portman, aye by proxy. Mr. Toomey. Mr. Toomey, aye. Mr. Scott.
Aye by proxy.
Mr. Scott, aye by proxy. Mr. Cassidy. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Langford. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Daines. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Young.
Aye by proxy.
Mr. Young, aye by proxy. Mr. Sass.
Aye by proxy.
Mr. Sass, aye by proxy. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mr. Chairman.
No.
Chairman votes
Clerk
no.
the clerk will report the vote.
Mr. Grassley.
Oh, excuse me. Colleague? Senator Grassley would like to be recorded as voting aye.
Mr. Grassley, aye.
Okay. The clerk will report the vote.
Mr. Chairman, the final tally is 14 ayes, 14 nays.
The vote resulting in a tie, the amendment is not agreed to. And the next three amendments are going to be Senator Cantwell, Senator Daines, yes, is here, and then Senator Cardin. Senator Cantwell.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I call up Cantwell Amendment 2. This is a proposal which is also co-sponsored by Senator Hassan, and so I appreciate her support, to ensure continued use of carbon-free hydropower while also supporting environmental and economic benefits from increased access to our healthy river systems. According to the National Academy of Science, maintaining our nation's existing hydropower capacity is critical to meeting our national goals for reducing carbon. Hydropower plays a key role in keeping our grid resilient and reliable and unique capabilities. So hydro also plays a role in the importance of intermittent renewable energy sources, and we have more to do there. This proposal would also help spur critical upgrades with a new tax investment in the dam safety, environmental improvements, and grid flexibility. That includes like putting in more efficient Frisch-Finley turbines, managing river sediment accumulations, replacing worn-out floodgates, improving fish passage infrastructure. At the same time, it helps us get rid of obsolete non-powered dams and diverting structures. Spurring this kind of investment, I think it will help us in many ways. I understand that there are some technical issues that need to be worked out from this amendment, Mr. Chairman, so I will not seek a vote today, but continue to work with you and the ranking member on this important issue.
I thank my Northwest colleague for raising this issue. Hydropower and the health of our rivers is a critical issue for us in the Pacific Northwest, and it's a critical issue in so many communities across the country. I very much look forward to working with you on this issue, and in the spirit of what Tom Carper has been talking about over the last 3 or 4 hours, this is a natural, again, for Democrats and Republicans to come together. So I note that my colleague has withdrawn the amendment. Next will be Senator Daines.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I'd like to call up Daines Amendment 1. This amendment would strike the provision eliminating percentage depletion for oil, gas, and coal and increase from 22 to 50% the depletion rate for critical minerals. Let me talk about that for a moment. As we are moving forward with building out more renewables, wind, solar, and the storage technology associated with it, you need raw materials. You need critical minerals. Minerals like gallium, graphite, indium, and the rare earths. There's 17 rare earths. If you remember your chemistry days and the periodic chart, There's some of these that you didn't spend a lot of time studying, but they're really, really important. Yttrium, scandium, gadolinium were some of them. The reason they're important is we can't produce iPhones, electric car motors, satellites, lasers, military jet engines without these critical minerals. Here's the problem. We are virtually 100% foreign reliant on them. Most of them come from China. We literally will be setting up China to be the OPEC or the Middle East of the 70s here as our dependencies increase as we go forward the next 10 to 20 years. It's irresponsible to be 100% reliant for these raw materials for any industry, specifically for one we're trying to subsidize. We should all agree that responsible domestic production of these critical minerals across our country must substantially increase. My amendment does that by increasing the percentage depletion tax deduction for critical minerals. This is very labor intensive. It's fairly high risk. We need to incentivize more responsible domestic production to secure our supply chains. And I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I thank my colleague. And colleagues, this is a redo of what we are now on our third round of. Senator Barrasso, Senator Toomey, Senator Daines. Once again, the Clean Energy for America Act repeals all industry-specific breaks, all of them. And the whole point of the bill is to create this kind of free market competition to reduce energy costs for American consumers and have a level playing field. The oil and gas breaks are 100 years old. And I would just say, as we've touched on before, I think that on a bipartisan basis, in the spirit of Tom Carper, let's be working to try to get all sources of energy into this century. So I hope colleagues will oppose this. Once again, the mark ensures that small businesses and people earning less than $400,000 do not pay more. I think my colleague requested a roll call vote.
Mr. Chairman, may I be recognized briefly on this topic?
Of course.
Senator Warner and I last year introduced the Chips for America Act, which you are generally familiar with because we voted 96-4 to include it in the National Defense Authorization Act. It represents a recognition that certain strategic investments need to be made here in America and incentivized because of our dependency on vulnerable supply chains like the senator from Montana is talking about. Now, in the case of Chips for America, it was semiconductors, which 63% of which come from Taiwan, 90% from Asia. But in the same vein, it's absolutely essential that we incentivize the production of these rare earth minerals and other vulnerable supply chains, not because of free market economics, but it's because these are strategic investments that will protect us from the monopoly that the People's Republic of China has obtained on these minerals and on these chemicals. So I think we should not just turn a blind eye to the fact that we are in a historic competition with China and that we have these vulnerabilities. So I certainly strongly support the senator's amendment, and I think in the same vein, we should all support the Chips for America Act. Hopefully when we get to vote on it this week, we should support this one.
Again, colleagues, my difference of opinion here is that I want all energy sources, all of them, to be looking to the future and not have us tethered to these policies that are decades and decades old. And that's the reason the debate with respect to the Barrasso Amendment, the Toomey Amendment, and now the Daines Amendment are all cut from the same cloth. They all anchor us down into the last century. So I urge a no vote. The roll call has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Stabenow.
No.
Ms. Stabenow, no. Ms. Cantwell. No. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Menendez. No. Mr. Menendez, no. Mr. Carper. Mr. Carper, no. Mr. Cardin. Mr. Cardin, no. Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown, no. Mr. Bennett.
No.
Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Casey. Mr. Casey, no. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Ms. Hassan. Ms. Hassan, no. Mr. Cortez Masto. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Ms. Warren. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Crapo.
Aye.
Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Grassley.
Aye by proxy.
Mr. Grassley, aye by proxy. Mr. Cornyn.
Aye.
Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Thune. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Burr.
Aye by proxy.
Mr. Burr, aye by proxy. Mr. Portman.
Aye
Aye by proxy. Mr. Portman, aye by proxy. Mr. Toomey. Mr. Toomey, aye. Mr. Scott.
Aye by proxy.
Mr. Scott, aye by proxy. Mr. Cassidy. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Langford. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Daines. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Young.
Aye by proxy.
Mr. Young, aye by proxy. Mr. Sass.
Aye by proxy.
Mr. Sass, aye by proxy. Mr. Brasso. Mr. Brasso, aye. Mr. Chairman.
No.
Chairman votes no.
The clerk will report the vote.
Mr. Chairman, the final tally is 14 ayes, 14 nays.
The vote resulting in a tie, the amendment is not agreed to. So here's where we are, colleagues. We're going to go next to Senator Cardin, who is going to raise an important issue with respect to nuclear power. And we've got a new amendment queue. Hope springs eternal. I hope this will be the last amendment queue. Thune 4, Crapo 2, Young 4, Cassidy 2, Cassidy 3, Cassidy 5, Langford 8, and then we will have members wishing to offer additional remarks. Cassidy 4, Cassidy 6, Barrasso 3. And now we have Senator Cardin's amendment on nuclear power. Senator Cardin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I call up Cardin Amendment Number 2. This amendment, as the chairman has already pointed out, would add a nuclear production tax credit to the underlying bill. I'm joined by Senator Whitehouse and Casey, and this amendment would provide neutrality as far as the tax credits for nuclear power. Nuclear, as I'm sure everyone here knows, is an emission-free energy source. It's totally consistent with our climate objectives. It is seeing premature closings of nuclear reactors all over the country. We've had 11 closed in 10 of our states. We rely upon nuclear power for 20% of our electricity and 50% of our carbon-free electricity. In Maryland, we had a nuclear plant in Culver Cliffs that is very much impacted. We have a challenge today because of the cost of energy as to the viability of nuclear power. This formula that is used in this amendment is consistent with the underlying philosophy of the energy production tax credit. It would provide a production tax credit of 1.5 cents per kilowatt hour for existing merchant nuclear owners, operators. The credit would be reduced by 80% of any market revenues above 2.5% per kilowatt hour. Let me just point out, then we do the adjustments similar to the energy production tax credit, and we have the direct pay option. I believe there's bipartisan support for us to move forward in this area. I know that Senator Burr has raised this issue in our committee. Senator Kramer joined me last year in legislation that we authored in the last Congress. I've had conversations with many members on both sides of the aisle. I do recognize that we need more work before we're ready to move on this. I hope we can find a way to get this included in the legislation. I will not ask for a vote, but I wanted to make sure that this issue was raised at this markup.
Mr. Chairman, would Senator yield?
Yeah, and obviously my colleagues want to talk about it. Senator Menendez first, then Senator Carper, and I will
White House
wrap
in the
up.
queue, if you please, Chairman.
Absolutely. Senator Menendez,
Thank
Senator
you.
Carper, Senator Whitehouse, and then I'll wrap it up. Senator Menendez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to briefly say I appreciate Senator Cardin's work on this. We have similar interests in the state of New Jersey, and I look forward to working with him as he perfects his amendment.
Senator, let's see, Senator Carper.
Yeah, thanks very much. I thank my next-door neighbor from Maryland for offering this amendment, and I'd like to be added. I know we're not going to get a vote on it today. I'd like to be added as a co-sponsor. There's a lot of interesting work. Senator Brasso, I don't see him in the room right now, but we've done a fair amount of work on Environment and Public Works Committee. We have a subcommittee that deals with nuclear safety. There's a great deal of work being done, interesting work, I think promising work with respect to nuclear safety, and also with respect to the next generation of nuclear power that I think has a lot of promise. And I think you're onto something, and I want to be listed as a co-sponsor of your amendment. Thank you.
Without objection, Senator Carper will be added as a co-sponsor. Senator Whitehouse.
Thank you, Chairman. I don't think there's a member of this committee who doesn't accept that there is value to carbon-free emissions. In fact, as a committee, we've established through 45Q a value for carbon-free emissions of $25 per avoided ton or $50 per avoided ton. So there really is that value. The problem for the nuclear industry is that they have no way to get that value. And they have to compete with natural gas plants that have the burden of all those emissions, but aren't charged for them. So it's an unfair playing field for nuclear against fossil fuel competitors, and the result has been safely operating nuclear facilities that close down in order for new polluting facilities to be developed, which makes no sense whatsoever. It is an economic malfunction, and I really commend Senator Cardin for his persistent efforts to cure it. Senator Carper, Senator Cardin, and I and EPA have been working on this for quite a while. I really do think that there's a prospect here for bipartisan progress. And the added thing that I would note, I also want to salute Ranking Member Crapo, who's been a very stalwart ally in much of this work. There's a prospect, as Senator Carper points out, that as we develop next-gen nuclear power, which is ongoing in the nuclear labs right now, that becomes a vehicle for addressing our nuclear waste problem, for which we have no solution. If we can reduce our nuclear waste by repurposing it as fuel for clean energy, that's worth putting a little effort into, because there is no plan B for the nuclear waste, and we certainly need additional sources of clean energy. So I hope we can continue to work on this in a bipartisan way. I'm sorry to go on for a while, but I really think that this is important, and I salute and support Senator Cardin.
I think you're going to hear a bipartisan refrain from Senator Crapo.
You definitely are. And first, let me say to Senator Cardin, I appreciate you bringing this issue forward. And I also join with my other colleagues who have spoken in saying that I would be glad to work with you and with all of our other colleagues who have mentioned this. Senator Whitehouse in particular and I have got a few wins under our belt to help advance the focus on nuclear power. I think if we can solve the waste issue, as Senator Whitehouse just mentioned, which we can with the new research and everything, all the effort that's been going on in the nuclear industry, this can be one of the most powerful sources of carbon-free emissions in the world, and the United States needs to be the leader. So thank you very much, Senator Cardin, for bringing it up.
Senator Cardin, I'm going to wrap this up by saying I'm very much interested in working with you going forward. The reality is this is a critical part of the climate puzzle. I mean, you absolutely have to get this right. So we'll be working closely with you. And we
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Langford.
I'm going to make just a quick comment on this as well. I totally agree. I'm an advocate for nuclear power as well. It's actually the one source that we don't use in Oklahoma and all of our above. The thing that I would raise with this group for us to talk about is, does anyone know how long it takes to permit a facility, a nuclear facility, and when the next one will come on board at this point? Because while it is a great conversation, we're a decade away from one.
It depends.
Yeah, that's our challenge right now. So
we're working on small modular that could presumably be rapidly.
The small modular, the best that I've heard is 8 years.
One at a time, we'll.
No, I don't mind the dialogue on that at all. I would just say,
White House and Senator Cardin.
Senator Cardin, you have a good thought on that?
Yes, I just want to point out that this credit would apply to existing reactors in order to keep them in service. Just
right.
So.
Okay, that's fair enough, because part of our conversation has been bringing on the small modular. I agree. Some of the small modular designs have not been done before, so they're 15 years in the future before you get the first one. The ones that are taking the larger, more sophisticated and just shrinking it down, they're 8 years at the earliest to actually get one on board. And so it's part of our dialogue to try to figure out what are we going to do in the meantime. Because to replace one coal facility with nuclear takes 4 modular facilities, and it would take at least 8 years to get the first of the 4. And so that's the realism of it.
The bipartisan chorus is with Senator Cardin, and he has withdrawn, as I gather, his amendment. So we go.
It's one more thing. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry. I just want to point out, though, to make a mild correction to what Senator Whitehouse said. We have a distortion in the market in which we continue to subsidize wind, even though it's a mature industry. It was the nuclear power plants that went out of business or being shut down in Illinois because wind from Iowa was being sold, people were paying them, the consumers, to take the wind off their hands because they were producing when there was low demand, so they were paying with the tax credit to take the wind, and how can nuclear compete with being paid to take your wind energy? So as we look at the distortions we're creating in these markets, and now we're going to kind of make up for the distortion, I think, one, we need to understand really, as much as folks may not like fossil fuel, even though it's lowered our emissions so dramatically, natural gas, it's actually the production tax credit or the wind credits that are been problematic for Illinois nuclear. And I think we need to understand that as we kind of think of this holistically.
I think Senator Whitehouse will be the last word.
I think I'm actually getting the glance from the chairman saying that I should probably restrain myself, so
All right.
I'll take that advice.
I think,
Mr. Chairman, I'm just, if I could, I'm really encouraged by this. I'm not going to say more than that. This is encouraging conversation.
It is indeed.
As one, we've got to continue. Thank you.
It is encouraging conversation, and I'm glad we got it done before breakfast tomorrow, because it seemed like there was incredible exuberance for Senator Cardin, and he deserves it. Okay, the amendment queue that I announced begins then with Senator Thune. 4.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Iowa usually just ends up getting South Dakota's used wind as it goes across the prairie.
Used wind.
I'd like to discuss Thune Amendment 4 and request a roll call vote. And I was pleased to see that the chairman's mark now includes certain restrictions on the electric vehicle tax credit, including a cap on vehicle retail prices and consumer incomes. I think both improvements in the bill. However, I still have concerns with what is essentially an open-ended tax credit for EVs. This very straightforward amendment would lower the phase-out trigger for the EV tax credit to 10%, down from the current threshold of 50% in the underlying mark. And when we asked JCT, they did not know an answer to the question about, in 10 years, which is the lifetime of this credit, what that would be. So current EV sales are approximately 2.5% of annual sales. I suspect it will be a very, very, very long time until that figure reaches 50%. So not only does that generous threshold drive the high cost of the credit, which is estimated to be more than $31 billion, this effectively open-ended credit minimizes any urgency to claim it. I think this is, again, a way of bringing some predictability and fiscal responsibility to the EV tax credit, which at the current threshold of 50% could extend it into virtually eternity. So I would ask my colleagues to adopt this sensible reform to the EV tax credit in the bill.
Colleagues, I'm going to quickly yield to Senator Stabenow. I urge a no vote on this. Electric vehicles are critical to reducing carbon emissions in the sector that really matters, the transportation sector. 30% of emissions. We shouldn't be limiting consumer choice. I oppose the amendment. I yield to Senator Stabenow.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And in fact, the credit in the bill ends in 10 years, and I'm confident enough that we will have enough in the marketplace at that point that we will not be talking about extending that. I will say this, though. We have a series of amendments coming up, all related to electric vehicles, making it more expensive, making it harder. This is just an interesting debate for me. As a state that has benefited from oil and gas industry and the combustion engine for a long time, 100 years, unfortunately, we didn't make sure that there wasn't carbon pollution and other issues in place 100 years ago, so we now in a situation of a severe climate crisis. But we're now at a point where do we go forward with new clean energy opportunities and a level playing field in the tax code as the chairman has proposed, or not? And do we want to incentivize these new technologies? I mentioned earlier in my opening statement that it's not that these vehicles are not going to be built. It's a question of where are they going to be built? Are they going to be built in Asia or in the United States? We need to own this technology. I would urge a no vote that limits this unduly, and I would ask that we embrace what are some very exciting new vehicles and technologies that we should all be very proud of in terms of those things that are being built in the United States and will be built in the United States in the next number of years.
A roll call has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Stabenow? No. Ms. Stabenow, no. Ms. Cantwell? No. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Menendez? No. Mr. Menendez, no. Mr. Carper? No. Mr. Carper, no. Mr. Cardin? Mr. Cardin, no. Mr. Brown?
No by proxy. No by proxy. No by proxy.
Mr. Brown, no by proxy. Mr. Bennett?
Nope.
Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Casey? Mr. Casey, no. Mr. Warner?
No by proxy.
Mr. Warner, no by proxy. Mr. Whitehouse? Mr. Whitehouse, no. Ms. Hassan? Ms. Hassan, no. Ms. Cortez Masto? Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Ms. Warren? Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Crapo?
Aye.
Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Grassley?
Aye.
Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. Cornyn?
Aye.
Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Thune? Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Burr?
Aye by proxy.
Mr. Burr, aye by proxy. Mr. Portman?
Aye by proxy.
Mr. Portman, aye by proxy. Mr. Toomey? Mr. Toomey, aye. Mr. Scott?
Aye by proxy.
Mr. Scott, aye by proxy. Mr. Cassidy?
Aye.
Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Langford? Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Daines? Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Young? Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Sass?
Aye by proxy.
Mr. Sass, aye by proxy. Mr. Brasso? Mr. Brasso, aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Chairman votes no.
The clerk will report the vote.
Mr. Chairman, the final tally is 14 ayes, 14 nays.
The vote resulting in a tie, the amendment is not agreed to. The next amendment will be offered by our friend Senator Crapo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. This is a Crapo Amendment number 2 to provide for joint rulemaking by relevant agencies. This really helps just get past that issue that we just talked about and how long it takes to regulate or to authorize and permit a nuclear facility. I'm trying to reduce the regulatory drain and burden here. Congress increasingly delegates authority to administrative agencies to develop sometimes extensive interpretive guidance pertaining to legislation, and the IRS is no stranger to this task. This bill has dozens of examples of mandatory or permissive grants of rulemaking authority to the IRS. Well-considered agency rulemaking that reflects congressional intent is more important now than ever. Many of the bill's necessary rules will require expertise that is beyond the scope of the IRS's core competencies. This bill currently tasks the IRS with consulting a handful of other regulators in developing a variety of necessary rules and standards. But the bill also stops short of requiring any closer coordination between the IRS and these regulators. Given the nature of the rules at issue, this shortcoming carries a number of risks, including increased redundancy, inefficiency, and complexity. My amendment works to prevent these subpar outcomes by requiring the IRS to jointly undertake these rulemaking projects with those agencies who have greater expertise on the particular subject matter. This is a reasonable proposal that fosters closer coordination of roles between the IRS and its counterpart regulators, which should increase the effectiveness, consistency, accountability, and transparency of the rulemaking at issue. And I urge everyone to join me in making good government.
Colleagues, I think Senator Crapo is absolutely right here. This joint rulemaking concept makes a lot of sense, and I would just urge that we do this by voice vote if that's acceptable to my colleagues.
Mr. Chairman, I'll accept a voice vote.
All in favor of the Crapo amendment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Let the record show that there is unanimous support for the Crapo amendment. Okay, we're now on to Senator Young, Amendment 4.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Young Amendment 4 pertains to electric vehicle charging stations. This amendment, which is co-sponsored by Ranking Member Crapo, simply places a fee on electric vehicle charging stations, which is in line with today's fuel tax. Because electric vehicles will be using our highways and byways, it of course makes logical sense that charging stations should be similarly treated to fueling stations. Our Highway Trust Fund depends on revenues from transportation, and this will be an important mechanism to shore up this fund. All this amendment does, all it does is level the playing field and create parity. 18.7 million electric vehicles are expected to be on the road by 2030, compared to the 1 million present at the end of 2018. Now, clearly, this market is established and experiencing growth, so this amendment ensures that charging stations pay their fair share to keep our roads safe. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to call this amendment up for a recorded vote, and I ask for the yeas and nays.
Before we go to that, speaking for the majority, speaking for our side, Senator Stabenow.
Well, thank you very much. You know, I look forward to really having this as a substantive debate, hopefully in 5 years when we actually see more vehicles on the road and it actually would have some kind of an impact on the Highway Trust Fund. Right now, this is just a theoretical debate, and what we're seeing is amendment after amendment to make it more expensive. I don't know why we want to make it more expensive to charge for electricity as we're trying to get this new technology into the marketplace. And so I would ask for a no vote.
Our colleague from Oklahoma.
In our desire to try to keep talking till breakfast. This is an amendment I would oppose only because I do believe electric vehicles need to start paying their fair share for the roads. And I think we'll bump into the same thing with hydrogen vehicles in the days ahead because hydrogen's even heavier than gasoline, and those vehicles are even heavier. And so I do think we need to address this. We have 2% of the vehicles on the road that are electric, and as has been stated by CBO, that's $200 million that all of us just kind of brushed aside and said that's only $2 billion for the cycle. $2 billion used to be a lot of money in trying to be able to deal with this, and I do think when you're talking about a vehicle that's $50,000 and to say it's a deterrent for someone to pay $150 a year, which is basically what it is for the normal gas tax, that they can afford a $50,000 vehicle, but they can't afford $150 to pay their share of the gas tax, I think it's just a misnomer, especially when the preponderance of people that own electric vehicles now are in the top 1%. I think we should start actually having them pay their fair share of the highway tax, which is diminishing. I don't think this is the best way to collect it. I think most people are going to charge their vehicles at their home right now. I think this hits disproportionately people that live in apartments and such with fueling stations, but we should have a better way to be able to actually collect that. But I do think we need to get on to not just ignoring $200 million a year, $2 billion over 10 as a small amount.
Mr. Chairman? Yeah, briefly.
My colleague from Delaware.
I'd be interested in pursuing this with the gentleman from Indiana and discuss it further. Senator Barrasso will recall before this Congress, in the last Congress, when we passed a service transportation reauthorization bill, we actually had a provision in there called for a 50-state pilot on vehicle miles traveled, something you've been doing in Iowa for a long, long time. Not Iowa, but Oregon for a long, long time. And in the bill that we passed today, we also called for, out of committee, it provides for a 50-state pilot for vehicle miles traveled. Ultimately, that's where we need to go. Whether you're driving an electric-powered vehicle, diesel, gasoline, whatever, you're going to pay You're going to pay for the use of the road. So I think that's the principle we should subscribe to. And I also think that those who use the roads have some responsibility in paying for them. So let's talk further after this. If your amendment is not adopted, let's talk some more. Thank you.
A roll call was requested on the Young amendment. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Stabenow? No. Ms. Stabenow, no. Ms. Cantwell? Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Menendez? Mr. Menendez, no. Mr. Carper? Mr. Carper, no. Mr. Cardin? Mr. Cardin, no. Mr. Brown?
No by proxy.
Mr. Brown, no by proxy. Mr. Bennett?
No by proxy.
Mr. Bennett, no by proxy. Mr. Casey? Mr. Casey, no. Mr. Warner?
No by proxy.
Mr. Warner, no by proxy. Mr. Whitehouse? Mr. Whitehouse, no. Ms. Hassan? Ms. Hassan, no. Ms. Cortez Masto? Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Ms. Warren? Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Crapo?
Aye.
Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Grassley?
Aye.
Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. Cornyn? Aye. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Thune?
Aye by proxy.
Mr. Thune, aye by proxy. Mr. Burr?
Aye by proxy.
Mr. Burr, aye by proxy. Mr. Portman?
Aye by proxy.
Mr. Portman, aye by proxy. Mr. Toomey? Aye. Mr. Toomey, aye. Mr. Scott?
Aye by proxy.
Mr. Scott, aye by proxy. Mr. Cassidy? Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Langford? No. Mr. Langford, no. Mr. Daines? Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Young?
Aye.
Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Sass?
Aye by proxy.
Mr. Sass, aye by proxy. Mr. Barrasso? Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Chairman votes no.
Clerk will report the vote.
Mr. Chairman, the final tally is 13 ayes, 15 nays.
The vote resulting in a tie, the amendment is not agreed to. Oh, excuse me. The amendment is not agreed to. All right. Our next amendment will be Senator Cassidy, Senator Langford, and Senator Daines.
Yeah, this is the amendment number 2. With my co-sponsors, Senator Langford and Senator Daines, an amendment to restrict goods produced by forced labor and child labor. At a brief description, the amendment would prohibit the importation of solar cells, wind turbines, or energy storage equipment or components into the United States until it can be certified by the United Nations that the components and manufactured equipment is not mined or manufactured using forced labor or child labor. I'm struck that in a lot of these discussions, if it's out of sight, it's out of mind. If there's carbon leakage from the United States to China, we feel good about it, even though they use coal as feedstock 60% of the time, and global greenhouse gas emissions increase. But there's one thing that even if it's out of sight, it should not be out of mind. It's inhumane labor practices. In the Congo, these minerals are mined for these batteries using child labor. It is well documented that children as young as 3 are taught to pick the pure ore out of the mined material. Mothers will speak of children starving to death, of children being given drugs to suppress their appetite. There is some evidence that in China itself, that the forced slave labor from the Uyghur minority is being used to manufacture. Even though this is out of sight, it should be in our minds. So I would urge my colleagues to support my amendment to prohibit the import of solar cells, wind turbines, or energy storage equipment or components until it can be certified that the components and manufactured equipment are not mined using forced labor or child labor, as has been documented now is occurring.
Colleagues, we don't take a backseat over here to anybody when it comes to protecting vulnerable workers and kids around the world. To a great extent because of Senator Brown, and I was proud to be able to join him in 2015 in the Trade Enforcement Act, goods made with forced labor are already prohibited from import into the United States. But as I say, we've got a lot of work to do in the interest of saving time and moving forward. I'll accept the senator from Louisiana's amendment at this time. Thumbs up from our colleague from Louisiana. The amendment is agreed to. This now takes us to Cassidy Crapo 3.
Yes. This is a short, with Senator Crapo and others, short title, an amendment to limit the electric vehicle tax credit expansion. Again, this amendment would limit the proposed electric vehicle tax credit expansion to only include non-luxury vehicles defined as those costing less than $47,500, which I'm told is 20% higher than the medium price of a heavy vehicle. And I think the point's been made. Working families are not buying these vehicles. The kind of person who wakes up, grabs a lunch pail, and goes to work, both she and he work to try and support a family, they're not buying these. But they are subsidizing the tax credit. So my feeling is, and my co-sponsors, the federal government should not use working families' tax dollars to subsidize the much wealthier to purchase an $80,000 luxury car. If the legislation wants to increase the adoption of electric vehicles, then it should incentivize the production of electric vehicles the average American can actually afford, not just the wealthy. And we presume that if the credit shifts to vehicles which are less expensive, more of those will be produced, and then the average family can purchase it, not just the wealthy. This amendment encourages the production of affordable electric vehicles, supports everyday families wishing to purchase, common sense adjustment to help lower income families benefit.
Senator Stabenow to speak, I believe, in opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This really goes in the opposite direction. In fact, he does not understand what's happening. I think in rural Michigan, where folks are buying F-150 trucks or Chevy Silverados, or maybe they're getting a new Jeep or whatever, all those are about to be electric. All of them. And I'll tell you what, based on what happened with the announcement on the F-150 truck and the thousands of pre-sales they have right now, not from wealthy people. We're talking about working folks that want a pickup truck that are very excited about the idea that they're going to be able to get better mileage, they're going to save money, they're going to have the opportunity to buy something that is cleaner and electric. And so it makes no sense. From a climate standpoint, it makes no sense. We want people, if they're buying a large vehicle, to have it be electric. Again, this is about the climate. This is about stopping large emissions. We want to make sure that every size vehicle is electric or other clean energy. And the reality is that right now, it's in Michigan, I mean, maybe not in other states, but our folks, number one in sales is the F-150 truck, and our folks are very excited about that. And at that level, they will not be able to get the incentive that we want them to get so that they pick an electric versus the internal combustion engine. That's what this is about. So if you like your pickup truck, if you like your Jeep, if you like your utility, your SUV, this amendment is not going to help incentivize people to get into an electric vehicle.
With a Senator Yield?
Yes.
This is 20% over the average cost, so that average family would still be able to purchase. This is for the tricked-out truck for those who are purchasing out of disposable income, not out of essential. So we picked this number 20% over the average cost. So I think that family that's really working would still be able to take advantage of the credit.
Well, I'd love to work with my colleague and look at the prices. We have gone very deep looking at all the different prices. And again, the price points for electric start higher, just like for anything else that we own, whether it was early cost on our cell phones or computers and iPads. Over time, it comes down as more is in the marketplace. The entry level is always higher, and the reality is that you're going right after the pickup truck because that will not qualify under this amount. And we've got a lot of very excited people, including, I don't see a colleague that is on this committee who's excited about the fact that he's going to be able to get a new F-150 electric. So I would urge a no vote in the name of pickup truck. Thank you.
Roll call's been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Stabenow?
No.
Ms. Stabenow, no. Ms. Cantwell? Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Menendez? Mr. Menendez, no. Mr. Carper? Mr. Carper, no. Mr. Cardin? Mr. Cardin, no. Mr. Brown?
Let's just scratch that.
And no by proxy.
Mr. Brown, no by proxy. Mr. Bennett?
No.
Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Casey? Mr. Casey, no. Mr. Warner?
No by proxy.
Mr. Warner, no by proxy. Mr. Whitehouse? Mr. Whitehouse, no. Ms. Hassan? Ms. Hassan, no. Ms. Cortez Masto? Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Ms. Warren?
No by proxy.
Ms. Warren, no by proxy. Mr. Crapo?
Aye.
Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Grassley?
Aye.
Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. Cornyn? Aye. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Thune?
Aye by proxy.
Mr. Thune, aye by proxy. Mr. Burr?
Aye by proxy.
Mr. Burr, aye by proxy. Mr. Portman?
Aye by proxy.
Mr. Portman, aye by proxy. Mr. Toomey?
Aye by proxy.
Mr. Toomey, aye by proxy. Mr. Scott?
Aye by proxy.
Mr. Scott, aye by proxy. Mr. Cassidy?
I think we just skipped that one.
Mr. Cassidy?
Aye.
Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Langford?
Aye.
Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Daines? Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Young?
Aye by proxy.
Mr. Young, aye by proxy. Mr. Sass?
Aye by proxy.
Mr. Sass, aye by proxy. Mr. Brasso? Mr. Brasso, aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Chairman votes no.
Clerk will report the vote.
Mr. Chairman, the final tally is 14 ayes, 14 nays.
The vote resulting in a tie, the amendment is not agreed to. That takes us to Cassidy Amendment 5.
I skipped that one, Mr. Chairman.
All right. That's always progress. Let's see what our queue is. Langford. Langford 8.
All right, thank you. You're just hustling right along. We're going to make it for breakfast after all. Langford number 8, I can't imagine anyone who's not going to agree with Langford number 8. Let me walk through this, but well, before I jump into that, can I just make a quick statement? I do want to keep the conversation going on electric vehicles. I would say to Senator Stabenow, I'm certainly not opposed to electric vehicles. Absolutely not opposed to them. My challenge is GM has already said they're going to be all electric by 2035. Thousands of people are pre-ordering an F-150 when it comes out. All of this conversation, Volvo is moving to being fully electric. At the same time, we're saying we got to spend billions of dollars to incentivize it when the car companies are already going that way already. I just feel like we're chasing an incentive towards what's already happening rather than incentivize something to get it to happen. And so if we could save taxpayers billions of dollars, if taxpayers are already headed that way, why are we paying them a bonus to be able to buy what they're already going to buy? And I think that's my issue on a lot of these
Sure.
electric incentives.
Would my friend just yield for a moment?
Sure.
'Cause I appreciate the thoughtful conversation. The challenge right now is that the assumption as they are pricing is there is a credit. And so that's built into what's happening. I mean, Ford is able to get a credit that's built into the way people are thinking about purchasing. But I really
But the GM and the
appreciate-
Tesla credits are already
Correct.
done at this point, right?
Correct.
So
But
I'm just
not
saying,
for
their
Ford.
model, not for Ford, but the GM
Right.
model is already, they're headed that way, others are.
Right.
So
But
that's-
I think I would love to have a thoughtful discussion, and I do think down the road, from my perspective, it's not about electric vehicles not being part of things like the Highway Trust Fund.
Yep.
It's about at what point do we do that and how do we do that? But I absolutely agree that when they're on the road in, substantial amounts, they need to be part of paying for that. So I appreciate that and would like to work.
No, I'm glad to engage in the conversation on it. Langford number 8 is not an electric vehicle one, shockingly enough, in this dialogue. This deals with oil imports. As was our conversation earlier, no one knows at this point if all these tax changes happen, if suddenly we start losing production in the United States. Let me give you, for instance, a term that if you're an oil country, you know the term stripper wells. If you're not an oil company, that sounds like something really foul. Stripper wells are older wells that produce about 15 barrels or less a day. About 7.5% of all the oil we use in the United States come from stripper wells. This change in the tax policy is directed towards those old stripper wells and will 100% will take them offline, which means we'll lose 7.5% of our production in the United States. Now, that doesn't mean we'll suddenly use 7.5% less. That means we'll have to get that oil from somewhere else, which will increase our production. So literally, this will shift not our use, but our source of where we're going to get oil. And so we'll suddenly get more oil from Venezuela and from Saudi Arabia and from Nigeria and Libya and Russia, rather than getting it from American producers. So my simple statement is changing the tax policy and punishing small American companies like stripper well producers doesn't reduce our carbon footprint. It just changes the source of where we're going to get our oil. That seems like a terrible idea to me. That directly goes after American jobs. That directly goes after our American energy independence. We are energy independent. I would like to keep it that way. We can continue to talk about our energy future, but as I mentioned on nuclear power, I have no issue looking at nuclear power, but we're not getting there in the next 10 years. In the next 10 years, we'll bring one facility online. We're not going to be all electric in the next 10 years. We may get to 5% of our vehicles all electric in the next 10 years, maybe 10%, which still means 90% are going to still need oil and gas. So I'm trying to bring a little bit of a realistic conversation in the mix of this to say if we shut down stripper well companies, marginal producers, and we suddenly lose all of that, we won't just stop using it, we'll shift our source. That's what this amendment's all about, is just making sure we don't shift in energy production and just shift it to Saudi Arabia and take away American jobs.
Colleagues, I strongly urge opposition to this. Once again, this would essentially take Finance Committee jurisdiction over clean energy and assign it to a part of the government over which we have no authority, the U.S. Energy Information Agency. And the reality is that if adopted, this amendment would dramatically delay the implementation of this bill. And the fact is, this country wants an agenda that reduces carbon in America, and they want to make sure that every source is participating in it. This amendment will delay it. I urge a no vote, and I think my colleague asked for a roll call vote, and let's have the clerk call the roll.
Ms. Stabenow?
No.
Ms. Stabenow, no. Ms. Cantwell? Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Menendez?
No by proxy.
Mr. Menendez, no by proxy. Mr. Carper? Mr. Carper, no. Mr. Cardin? Mr. Cardin, no. Mr. Brown?
No by proxy. No by proxy.
Mr. Brown, no by proxy. Mr. Bennett?
No.
Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Casey? Mr. Casey, no. Mr. Warner?
No by proxy.
Mr. Warner, no by proxy. Mr. Whitehouse? Mr. Whitehouse, no. Ms. Hassan? Ms. Hassan, no. Ms. Cortez Masto? Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Ms. Warren?
No by proxy.
Ms. Warren, no by proxy. Mr. Crapo?
Aye.
Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Grassley?
Aye.
Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. Cornyn?
Aye.
Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Thune?
Aye. By proxy.
Mr. Thune, aye by proxy. Mr. Burr?
Aye by proxy.
Mr. Burr, aye by proxy. Mr. Portman?
Aye by proxy.
Mr. Portman, aye by proxy. Mr. Toomey?
Aye by proxy.
Mr. Toomey, aye by proxy. Mr. Scott?
Aye by proxy.
Mr. Scott, aye by proxy. Mr. Cassidy?
Aye.
Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Langford?
Aye.
Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Daines?
Aye.
Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Young?
Aye by proxy.
Mr. Young, aye by proxy. Mr. Sass?
Aye by proxy.
Mr. Sass, aye by proxy. Mr. Brasso? Mr. Brasso, aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Chairman votes no.
The clerk will report the vote.
Mr. Chairman, the final tally is 14 ayes, 14 nays.
The vote resulting in a tie, the amendment is not agreed to. And now, a number of our colleagues would like to make remarks. Senator Cassidy is first to discuss two amendments, Cassidy 4 and Cassidy 6, and then Senator Barrasso would like to be recognized, and there may be others. In fact, we have one additional amendment from Senator Daines. So let's recognize those three senators for speaking, and then I believe our final amendment will be Daines 5. So, Senator Cassidy, please go ahead.
Chairman, I will only be discussing amendment number 6.
Great.
Okay. And I'll offer this and withdraw. But this is an amendment to fix an error in the IRS Code of 1986 to provide a deduction for certain casualty losses of uncut timber. Background, timberland provides a natural source of carbon capture, reduces erosion, and reduces flood intensity. We know a lot about that back home. And loss of timber due to natural disasters releases carbon back into the air. So as more and more timber is being lost to fire, storms, invasive species, drought, it presents a problem. And providing financing that allows loss recovery due to disaster ensures financing to replant needed timber. Now, the current tax code has the unintended consequence of penalizing a forest landowner whose timber is destroyed from a natural disaster. Under current law, landowner is only allowed to deduct the lesser amount of the fair market value, the cost basis, or the adjusted timber basis, which is usually $0 after an 84-month amortization period, or only a fraction of the fair market value of the destroyed timber. This amendment would amend the U.S. tax code to establish a special rule for the loss of uncut timber following natural disasters, providing a tax deduction for casualty loss to help landowners recover and encourage investment in reforestation. It would provide permanent assurance to landowners when crops are destroyed without the need for future disaster funding. Again, I'm just going to offer this and withdraw it, but I would like sometime in the future for us to consider how do we get these forests back into shape after they've been destroyed and there's no way for the owner to recoup the lost investment.
Very interested in working with my colleague on those issues.
Thank you.
So, let's see, Senator Barrasso.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'm so happy that my friend Senator Whitehouse is here and Senator Carper, because this is a topic which we have worked on the past successfully, and this is an amendment to promote carbon capture. So I'm mentioning amendment number 3, Barrasso amendment number 3. This is an important amendment. I am not requesting a vote today. This amendment deals with the 45Q carbon capture credits, something we worked on. It's something I discussed with you, Mr. Chairman, prior to this markup. This amendment would modify your mark by ensuring that one of the eligible uses for purposes of this Section 45Q carbon capture credit remains enhanced oil recovery. Carbon capture technologies are very innovative, potentially game-changing. They're also expensive. Enhanced oil recovery provides an important pathway for enabling widespread deployment of carbon capture technologies, especially some of these early-stage technologies like direct air capture. The world's largest direct air capture facility, currently in development, will use 500 kilotons of carbon dioxide captured directly from the air each year. The captured CO2 will then be used in enhanced oil recovery. This creates the opportunity for carbon-neutral fuels. Enhanced oil recovery has a proven track record of success in safely storing carbon dioxide, If we place this technology at a disadvantage, we're going to delay innovation that I think we need in carbon capture technologies that can then be used across the globe. So I look forward to working with my fellow senators to promote this very important technology. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Barrasso. And as I've indicated, the whole point of this exercise is to find our way to new technologies. So I look forward to hearing more about it from my colleague and friend. All right. Where we are now is, I believe, in the amendment queue. The last amendment will be from Senator Daines, and then a number of colleagues on our side have some brief remarks that they would like to make. We've got a few colleagues on both sides on their way, and my hope is that we will have a vote on final passage in 10 minutes or so. That is my hope, and all senators are being asked to get here quickly. Senator Daines, and then we'll hear from a couple of my colleagues who indicated they'd like to speak briefly, and hopefully we'll have our final vote then. Senator Daines.
Chairman, thank you. The bill that we're debating here today may have consequence in terms of raising energy prices. An example here, Senator Langford is talking about the stripper wells. That's a very low-cost way to extract oil. It's got to be replaced with other source of oil, and that's a consequence of what's happening here with this legislation. My amendment, Staines Amendment 5, simply would insert a provision requiring the Secretary of Energy to certify that energy prices, including for gasoline and heating oil, will not increase as a result of this legislation. This is very much a pocketbook issue, whether it's gasoline, heating oil, or other commodities. Energy prices are important for all Americans, and that's why I'm offering this amendment to require the DOE to certify that energy prices will not increase as a result of this bill. And I hope my colleagues will join me in supporting this common sense amendment.
Colleagues, we've been down this path. Once again, an amendment would basically farm out to some agency we have no authority over, which means that we're talking about immense delays. I oppose this amendment, and I will also say, because we're wrapping this up, that the whole point of this, because my colleague is right to be interested in prices, we all are interested in prices, when you're putting in place the kinds of changes we're talking about, which is free market competition that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are always talking about, that's traditionally been a force for holding prices down. So I oppose this amendment primarily because it would delay the bill, it would send our jurisdiction to somewhere else, the Department of Energy, but also because I fundamentally think that the competition we're creating here is going to be a tool for holding prices down.
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead.
If I might. Thank you. And I respect your views truly and your leadership here in the committee. I might also push back a bit, and as we look at the underlying bill that the chairman has submitted here, it has all sorts of environmental and labor law certifications that frankly go way beyond the IRS and Treasury jurisdiction and will require a significant amount of involvement from these other agencies. I know it's been kind of the standard pushback on ours, but I just would submit that I believe the underlying bill here would have some similar issues.
This discussion is going to continue. I'm going to mention when my colleagues talk for a few minutes as we get ready for a final vote. You know, we've essentially had 28 senators weigh in over the last 4 or 5 hours. And suffice it to say, that means 72 other senators who feel strongly about these issues haven't even weighed in, and we're going to have a lot more debate among ourselves in this room, and these other senators obviously want to participate. So this is not the end of the discussion. This is the beginning of the discussion. And I'm glad the Senate Finance Committee over the last 4 or 5 hours has done something that this committee has never done in its history. And that is really looked carefully at this outdated hodgepodge set of tax breaks and say, we've got to move it in the right century. And we got to do it around the principle that our constituents feel strongly about, which is reducing carbon. So this is not the last word. This is more the beginning of the discussion, as my friend from Rhode Island often says and has been working in these precincts for some time. So let's have the roll call vote on the Daines Amendment. I would urge colleagues to vote no. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Stabenow.
No by proxy.
Ms. Stabenow, no by proxy. Ms. Cantwell. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Menendez, no. Mr. Carper. Mr. Carper, no. Mr. Cardin. Mr. Cardin, no. Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown, no. Mr. Bennett.
Nope.
Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Casey. Mr. Casey, no. Mr. Warner.
No by proxy.
Mr. Warner, no by proxy. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Ms. Hassan. Ms. Hassan, no. Ms. Cortez Masto. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Ms. Warren. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Crapo.
Aye.
Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Grassley.
Aye.
Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. Cornyn.
Aye.
Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Thune.
Aye by proxy.
Mr. Thune, aye by proxy. Mr. Burr.
Aye by proxy.
Mr. Burr, aye by proxy. Mr. Portman.
Aye by proxy.
Mr. Portman, aye by proxy. Mr. Toomey.
Aye by proxy.
Mr. Toomey, aye by proxy. Mr. Scott.
Aye by proxy.
Mr. Scott, aye by proxy. Mr. Cassidy.
Aye.
Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Langford.
Aye.
Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Daines.
Aye.
Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Young.
Aye by proxy.
Mr. Young, aye by proxy. Mr. Sass.
Aye.
Mr. Sass, aye. Mr. Brasso.
Aye.
Mr. Brasso, aye. Mr. Chairman.
No.
Chairman votes no.
Clerk will report the vote.
Mr. Chairman, the final tally is 14 ayes, 14 nays.
The vote resulting in a tie, the amendment is not agreed to. I believe we're just about ready for the final. We are awaiting Senator Stabenow and Senator Crapo. Do you have colleagues that? Do we have colleagues?
I don't believe
Yeah, I think hopefully we're going to vote here, and there we go. Yeah. All right, we are now ready to go forward with the final vote. I move to report the chairman's mark as modified and amended as an original bill. Is there a second?
Second.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Stabenow.
Aye.
Ms. Stabenow, aye. Ms. Cantwell. Aye. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Mr. Menendez. Aye. Mr. Menendez, aye. Mr. Carper. Aye. Mr. Carper, aye. Mr. Cardin. Mr. Cardin, aye. Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown, aye. Mr. Bennett.
Aye.
Mr. Bennett, aye. Mr. Casey. Mr. Casey, aye. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warner, aye. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Ms. Hassan. Ms. Hassan, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Ms. Warren. Ms. Warren, aye. Mr. Crapo.
No.
Mr. Crapo, no. Mr. Grassley.
No.
Mr. Grassley, no. Mr. Cornyn.
No.
Mr. Cornyn, no. Mr. Thune.
No by proxy.
Mr. Thune, no by proxy. Mr. Burr.
No by proxy.
Mr. Burr, no by proxy. Mr. Portman. Mr. Portman, no. Mr. Toomey.
No by proxy.
Mr. Toomey, no by proxy. Mr. Scott.
No by proxy.
Mr. Scott, no by proxy. Mr. Cassidy.
Votes tonight, 3.
Mr. Cassidy, no. Mr. Langford. Mr. Langford, no. Mr. Daines. Mr. Daines, no. Mr. Young.
Oh. No by proxy.
Mr. Young, no by proxy. Mr. Sass.
No.
Mr. Sass, no. Mr. Brasso.
No.
Mr. Brasso, no. Mr. Chairman.
Aye.
Chairman votes aye.
The clerk will report the vote.
Mr. Chairman, the final tally, including proxies, is 14 ayes, 14 nays.
The vote is 14 to 14. In order to place this measure on the calendar, I will introduce the text of the chairman's mark as modified and amended as an original bill, and I'll take the steps necessary to place it on the calendar under Senate Rule 14. I thank all senators and the business meeting.
Mr. Chairman, may I just respond to that briefly?
Yeah.
One is, the chairman keeps talking about the free market. This bill is anything but a free market bill. For one thing, it provides $31 billion in tax subsidies for electric vehicles alone and punishes fossil fuels, which fuel 98% of the vehicles on the road today. So it's the opposite of a free market. But the point I really want to emphasize is we've gone through this markup, this conceptual markup. We will never have seen text. And from what I just heard the chairman say, the real intention is to take this conceptual markup, which will not produce any text, and then for somebody, presumably Senator Schumer or maybe the chairman will then write text from this conceptual markup that we never have voted on, never seen, and then we'll Rule 14 it to the Senate floor. Did I get that correct?
I would just say to my colleague, the Senate has acted in this way for many years, A. B, we've always worked in good faith in the Senate Finance Committee. And C, this is what was done in the tax bill of 2017. So we now have voted.
If I can respond, Mr. Chairman, I do not consider this bill to be in good faith. This is a frontal assault on my state. This is a frontal assault on consumers who will pay more. This is a frontal assault on our national security because we will become increasingly dependent on imported oil and gas from countries like Saudi Arabia and Russia. We voted against common sense amendments to support our vulnerable supply chains to critical minerals and chemicals. I believe in being civil, but I don't agree with you that this is a good faith bill. This is an ideological jihad against the status quo, which is one that where many jobs in our country depend on the oil and gas sector. And so I don't agree it's in good faith. You're entitled to your opinion. I'm entitled to mine.
I understand that my colleague disagrees. That's why we've had vote after vote in the last 5 hours. The fact is there is a broad coalition, including the Edison Electric Institute, that is for this bill because they think this is going to make a dramatic difference. And with that, the
I don't represent them,
adjourned.
Mr. Chairman. Some special interest group.
Along with a broad coalition of labor groups, environmental groups, they certainly don't represent the radical left that we've been hearing about. The committee's adjourned.